to do that. And then, yes, I can actually go to the talk now. We're talking about anger in marriage today. As you know, on Thursday on Insight, we talk about marriage relationship issues, topics that couples may tend to shy away from. We dare ourselves here on Insight to talk about these things so that what we can make amends, we can make changes, God helping us, so that we can fully enjoy the goodness of marriage. You and I know that big things, small things, tiny things can actually break up relationship, can make our couples, separate or go their separate ways for good, divorce and all of that. I see you, 813, hola to you. So let's talk about these things and see how best we can manage it. Thank you so much for the heart, me. So that we can, keep the fire burning, keep the passion burning in our marriages. So we're talking about anger in marriage. Of course, it does happen. Spouses will annoy one another. Sometimes could be mild, sometimes could be grievous, could be very deep, that it may even threaten their marriage. But all the same, we're going to talk about it here on Insight today and see how best we can learn from one another to manage this feeling, because the feeling. So I'm going to go into my talk, and after I'm done, we're going to come and talk some more about this. We share our experiences and learn one or two things from one another. And I have a puzzle for today. If it's needed, of course, I'm going to bring it. But if not, it's fine. Thank you, A13, for sharing the live. Thank you so much. So let's go into the talk to, open it some more so we have a better understanding. Marriage is a beautiful union designed by God. We all know that it's designed for companionship, it's designed for love and mutual growth as well. But as we all know, it's not always smooth. Yes. Some weeks back, we talked about is marriage a bed of roses? And no, and we concluded that there's thorns in the roses. And regardless, it's still a beautiful plant. So marriage is still beautiful regardless of the thorns, of the, not so smooth journeys we may encounter from time to time. So one of the most common and potentially damaging emotions that surfaces in marriage is anger. Anger, be angry but sin not. But let's see how many of us, God helping us, because I'm not judging anyone. Like I say, even me, I'm guilty as charged. I've been angered so many times. I've been angry, and I'll tell you one or two things, but let's carry on. So anger in itself is not a sin, because it's a feeling, like I said, but it's not what we do with it. So let me not drop my note. It's not really a sin in itself. It's a natural human emotion. So whether you're adult, you're a teenager, a toddler, a young adult, or whatever, everybody gets angry from time to time. However, how we handle anger in marriage can either build our relationships or slowly tear it apart. So it's our choice. Is that anger building that relationship, or is that anger tearing that relationship apart? Which would you prefer? So like I say, it's a choice. So we're going to be exploring different aspects of this today. The nature of anger in marriage, the causes and the consequences, the biblical wisdom for handling it, and practical tools for turning anger into growth. Like I always refer to my Bible. Like I said, this is where I draw my strength from, and my reference from as well. So from time to time, here and there, I will quote one or two Bible verses just to buttress the point and help us understand. And who knows, you might go and research yourself more from the Bible. What does it say about anger? So let's dive deep into it. And I'll say here, I know it's an emotional topic. If anything has been triggered for you, please feel free to reach out to me, DM me if you need to talk about it, or if you just need a space, to offload whatever it is that is annoying you or making you feel angry and you seem to have been struggling with it. Please reach out to me after this live, preferably, so that we can talk some more about it. So what is anger? What is anger? Anger is an emotional response to something we perceive as unjust. If we have been treated unjustly, we may be angry. We may get angry. And again, it's a response to, it could be a response to an offense. Someone has offended you and you're so angered in your spirit. You're so angry, with this person or at this person. Again, could be another response for something that has happened to you that is hurtful or something that is frustrating. Sometimes when you're so frustrated, you get so angry. So people can react in this emotional way, anger, in so many situations. So in marriage, anger often arises when expectations are not met, when boundaries are crossed, or communication breaks down. You feel, oh, this is your spouse, you're talking, they're not hearing, and you carry on trying to talk, and at some point you might feel angry because it's like they're not understanding you, they're not hearing what you're saying, and you don't have that peace. They're not enjoying, the whole thing, and you're just angry because, there's loss of communication or lack of communication. If you read Ephesians 4, chapter 4, verses 26 to 27, thank you, Thomas, for that, Psalm 23. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 26 to 27, it says, be angry, but do not sin. So, like I said, it's not a sin when you get angry, but it's what you do with that anger that makes it a sin, or what it is. So it says, be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your wrath, nor give place to the devil. But you and I know that they say easier said than done. I know, but this is a word from the Bible guiding us, because anger, there's another portion, I'm not sure whether I included it. Anger lies in the bosom of fools, and I'm not a fool, so I have to manage my anger the best way God will have me manage it. Otherwise, I must well be going about writing on my forehead or saying I'm a fool just because of what? I'm angry. So let's be mindful. So this verse tells us that anger isn't the problem. It's what we do with it that matters a lot. So let's go deeper again and look at the causes of anger in marriage. Like people get angry at colleagues or whatever, but today on Thursday on Insight, we focus on marriage relationship topics, issues. So let's look at causes of anger in marriage. There's 1,000,001 things that can cause anger in marriage. But because of time, I'm going to limit it to this few I'm going to mention to us. So the first thing is unmet expectations. I mentioned that briefly. When one partner expects something and it is not fulfilled, e.g. time, they need time with you, and it's like they're not getting that time. In fact, it's like they had to go and fill form to spend time with you, their spouse. It might bring that, when expectation regarding time spent together is not met. And again, when there is no support in terms of expectations you want from your spouse, or you need from your spouse, you're not getting it, or the affection, if you're not getting it, of course, this can cause anger. And you and I know that these things, they don't make marriage grow smoothly. So we need to be mindful that there are no unmet expectations. How do you do that? You have to communicate. So the second cause of anger in a marriage is poor communication. Misunderstandings, maybe harsh words. When you have that misunderstanding, instead of trying to calm down and understand one another, you want to score one back. You want to bring a harsher word just to probably shut them down or tell them that you might think you're, this and that. You give it to them, not minding the fact that this person is your spouse. You're meant to agree to disagree, whichever one you eventually conclude at. So poor communication also can be lack of clarity, and this can easily trigger anger in any spouse, whether the male or the female, doesn't matter. Male or the husbands get angry in their marriage. Good evening, Kenneth, I see you. Wives too get angry in their marriage. Thank you, Kenneth, for the heart to me. So we're not gender biased there. Anyone can get angry. Like I said, it's what we do with that anger that really matters to our spouses and matters to God as well. Again, another cause of anger is stress and fatigue. So life's pressure can make spouses more irritable and reactive. Pressures of life, finances, stress about businesses, losing capital, whatever it is, all those pressures of life, it can bring about stress and tiredness, and you're just angry at everything because you're just so overwhelmed. It's just too much. You're just angry. You're just upset. And sometimes they will ask you, who are you exactly upset with? You can't even tell because everything seems to be on top of you. Leslie, good evening. I see you. So, stress and fatigue from life's pressure can bring about anger in that marriage. And God helping you, your spouse who is facing the same thing. I don't know who is now going to support one another or who's going to calm the situation. God will have to really, really help us because these things do happen. Another cause is past hurts and unforgiveness. Good evening. I see you, my brother. Unresolved wounds can lead to stored up resentment that eventually can explode. You've broken up with somebody, you barely came over that person, you find yourself in another relationship. Before you know, it's wedding bells and all of that. Before you know, you settled, and not knowing that, oh, okay, you're happy, you're in love and all, but you left those unresolved conflicts in there, and you probably didn't say much to your spouse, or if you, God helping you, you had premarital counseling and all of that, and you still didn't bring it out. Now you're married, and whatever it is that happened in your past relationship that you have not resolved, if you're not careful, you might come into this new marriage and be dumping it in there, and your spouse will feel angry. Why are you angry at me? I didn't do this to you. I wasn't the one that broke up with you. Why are you getting it out on me? And all of that. So past hurt, and because you haven't forgiven that person, you are rubbing all of these things negatively off on your spouse, whether it's the man to the woman or the woman to the man. So these things, you have to find that space. Sit down with your spouse and talk about this before you start building into resentment. Because sometimes the spouse, they can't understand why you're reacting in certain ways or why you're behaving in certain ways. They know they haven't done anything wrong unknown to you. Maybe it's just something they said in the spur of the moment without even, there's nothing to it, but just triggers something in you, and that anger for that past relationship just comes up, and you're now dumping it on your current or your husband or your wife. So let's be mindful so that we don't explode unnecessarily. Another cause of anger is control or pride. So a desire to always be right or in control can lead to anger or angry responses from your spouse when challenged. Some people, because they've been single for so long, they live life. Nobody tells them what to do. Nobody challenges them in their personal life, especially. And now they're in a relationship. They feel they're in control and all. And now this spouse comes and says, this thing you have done, this. They're challenging certain behavior or certain things. And you just feel, who is this person to come and challenge you? And then you get angry because you've been challenged by your spouse. Just because for a very long time, nobody dare challenge you. Or, nobody dare challenge you. And now this is somebody saying, no, we can't do it this way. We cannot do it this way. Otherwise, we will not succeed in this marriage. And you're thinking you're in control. Supposedly. But now this is your spouse who knows you. They're seeing the loopholes. They're seeing your shortcomings. And they're challenging you, not just to fight you, but to make you see that you can actually do better or whatever it is. But you just get angry because you're not in control and your pride is getting in the way. Let's be mindful, because these are causes of anger in a marriage relationship. And if it carries on like that, always want to be right, always wanting to be in control, whether it's the man or the woman, it's going to create tension in that marriage, and the responses you're going to get from one another is not going to be a friendly one. So let's be mindful. The last one I'm going to mention is different conflict styles. Some may say, whilst growing up, this was how I saw my parents. When they have issues, this is how they dealt with it. And it worked for them all those years, And I've said to myself, when I get married, I love this style of, dealing with conflicts, and then you now find out that this your spouse grew up in a different home. The way they resolve conflict, hey, some is even basketballs, but this is not what we're talking about here. And their own style is so different. Maybe you, when you were grown, your parents would sit down, have a family discussion, talk about things amicably, and you love that style because everybody was able to speak, everybody was being heard, and things, got better. And you just said, oh, it's beautiful, you're going to. And then here is your spouse who feels avoidance. Everything avoid. When it gets too tense, just avoid it. The thing will go away. That's all they know. So now imagine these people together wanting to build a home. And now there's a big conflict. One is feeling, let's not just talk about, let's go away. And the other is feeling, let's sit down amicably and talk about things so that we can, resolve it. And it seems like, you're not getting me, woman. You're not getting me, man. And anger can come from that because you're not understanding their style of dealing with conflict. And neither do they even understand yours. So everybody now start getting angry. And, oh, Sam per game, I see you. You're saying ciao. Is it ciao as in hello or ciao as in goodbye? I don't know now. Okay. But it's good to see you. Good evening to you. So some avoid, others confront. Which one are you when there's a conflict? The clash of styles can escalate into tension and tension into anger. So we need to be mindful. Sit down about it. About this conflict or other conflicts and talk about it, how you want to resolve conflicts moving forward. So that way you're all on board. When there's a conflict, you know what to do because you've agreed. This is how we're going to deal with it so that anger will not arise on the inside of anyone. So let's look at the consequences of uncontrolled anger. Because you and I have heard of cases where husband and wife go their separate ways because of this anger that cannot be managed or controlled. It happens a lot. Like I said, some people resolving hitting and using harmful objects on their spouse when they get angry. And then when they're all cleared, they'll be like, I didn't mean to do that. But then this person is hurt. And they might even be needing what is it called, first aid or even a hospital, and then you say you don't mean it. Is that how you want to be resolving conflicts anytime there's a conflict? Because conflicts will never stop, so when anger is uncontrolled, there are consequences. When anger is not addressed properly, it can result in emotional or verbal abuse. That's why some people, naturally, they're good, they're kind and all that, but when they get into that space of anger, the things they will say, you'll be wondering, did somebody swap my spouse? Or who on earth is this person? They just go, it's like that, a tap just opens and gushes out. And they say very derogative words. They say mean words. They say abusive words. And you're wondering over what? Because they cannot control their anger. This is their own way of dealing with it. But is that the best way, really? Verbal abuse, emotional abuse, it's not a good way to control one's anger, when it arises. And again, uncontrolled anger can result in distance and disconnection. Because when you're always angry at any situation or a conflict or what, your spouse may just run away. They don't want to be near you when there's a sort of conflict or when there's some sort of disagreement. You can start off the conversation, but it gets heated up. They know you will get angry, and really even you can't control yourself, let alone them controlling you. So they will give you distance, and before you know, distance here and there, the gap keeps coming. And because of anger, you're disconnected from your spouse, and this is no way to grow together in that marriage relationship. Another consequence is breakdown of trust. Because you cannot control your anger, your spouse at some point can't trust you because they feel the moment you're angry, you don't hear words, you abuse, you say things, or you even some people even throw things. Oh my goodness. The way some people react to anger or the way they behave when they're angry. In fact, you think you're living with a stranger or somebody you don't know. Millie Quant, I see you. Thanks for joining. It's amazing how people react to anger. And like I said, uncontrolled anger can lead to breakdown of trust. and your spouse is always afraid near you. They can't trust your judgment when there's a conflict or when there's a disagreement or whatever, because of the way you react to it. So let's be mindful that we don't allow our anger to control the better part of us. Again, another consequence is bitterness and unforgiveness. You and I know this one. In fact, you don't need me to explain it, but you know that when you don't control your anger, after a while, resentment will start coming in, bitterness will start coming in. Okay, your spouse forgives this anger today, forgive tomorrow. The next day, they might just be too tired. They don't even know how to forgive you anymore, because you're always saying, oh, you didn't mean to react this way, you didn't mean to throw that, you didn't mean to do this. But yet, when things happen, this is you. This is like it's you. It's just you. And they say old habits die hard. And then you don't want your spouse to be fearful of you. It's a very terrible thing to experience. So let's be mindful that our anger is not taking the better part of us. Again, a hostile environment for children, because this anger obviously is something that is glaring. Everybody will see it, especially when you're the type that throw things or you say words, you shout and all of that. If you have children in the house, sometimes you might scare them. And they will start, resenting and running away. Oh, when something like this happens, even if they're children, they do understand this body language, the facial expressions. They see, like, this man, that face, when they see it, the children will pick race. As my people will say, they will run. They don't want to be near you. Say, oh, they're even worried for mommy now, or they're worried for daddy now, because like I say, we're not gender biased here. Sometimes it's the woman that cannot control her anger. Sometimes it's the man that cannot control the anger. We've heard of women beating their husbands when they're angry, so it's not news. But either way, there is no right way when we're not able to control our anger. We don't want to create a hostile environment for our children. We don't want our children to grow up being afraid to talk to dad or to even talk to people, just because they're afraid that, will this one too get angry and just throw things or whatever. We don't want our children growing up like that. The last one I'm going to mention, the consequence, is spiritual dryness and guilt. Because you're angry, and you and I know, I've been reading the word of God to us, especially we believers. When we go angry, it say be angry, no doubt. Be angry, but do not sin. Because when you now commit that sin, that's when you feel some sort of spiritual dryness. You're even afraid to go and pray, because you feel God has seen what you've done. Now you don't feel you're worthy to go before God and pray. You feel all this guilt, and all of those are the consequences. So let us learn to manage this emotion called anger. My Bible says in Proverbs 29:22, it says, an angry man stirs up strife, and a furious man abounds in transgression. So we need to be mindful. If you look at the Bible, I'm trying to, because of time, Bible examples, and of course wisdom as well. If you look at the story of Cain and Abel in chapter 4 of the Bible, in Genesis chapter 4, you find that Cain's unchecked anger led to destruction. It was so bad, he had to kill the brother. Why? If we don't master our anger, it can actually master us. Then anger becomes our master. Like I said, Bible says anger lies in the bosom of fools. That means you are not a fool. In fact, you might as well carry a placard and carry about, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. When they see that, they know, this person is an angry person. They will run away from you. So we have to learn to master the anger. Otherwise, it will master us. And of course, it's not going to help growth in our marriage relationship. Another lesson to learn from, allowing anger to is anger can be channeled correctly when it aligns with righteousness and handled constructively. Like I say, we are allowed to get angry. Some people, when they're angry, they stay away from everybody, because they know if anybody's there and they're saying whatever, it kind of aggravates that anger some more. So they don't even want to hear any voice. They quickly take themselves away from whatever is causing that anger, so they can go and calm down and relax and just sort themselves, and then come back, if not with a smile, but at least come back when they're calmer, so that they can handle situations better. James chapter 1 verses 19 to 20 says that let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. For the wrath of man does not produce the righteousness of God. It just means that when you're not cautious, when you don't master your anger, when you're not slow to speak, you'll be quick to speak. You're angry. When you're not slow to wrath, you'll be fast to it. And then damage is going to come into play. So for the wrath of man does not produce righteousness, doesn't produce anything good that is of God. So how are we managing that anger when it arises in our marriage relationship? It matters a lot. Maybe we should take a moment now and just reflect. When was the last time you were so angry with your spouse? Can you remember what you did? How did you handle it? Were you calm though you were angry? Or did you walk away to cool off and then came back? Or right there and then you gave it to them? No, this morning they must hear it. In it all, you know yourself better. And you know whether you need to do better or you're just about okay. If you're okay, well, thumbs up to you. So in marriage, we need patience. We need a lot of wisdom more than that emotional reaction. Sometimes you may find out that maybe you have not even listened effectively and you're misunderstanding what has been said, and then it has angered you so much that later when you're now calmer and they now say that your spouse says whatever it is to you again, you're not like, oh, was that what you said before? Say yes. And I was wondering why you were so angry. But obviously maybe there was a lot on your mind. I don't want to make excuses now because excuses are for failures. And we cannot afford to fail in our marriages. God helping us. So you're now calmer and you're hearing better. You're listening more actively and you're like, oh my goodness. Then you will have to apologize because you've probably scared your spouse by that show of anger, that emotion, your reaction from previous conversation. So we can do better. Let's take hold of anger in our marriage so that it doesn't take hold of us in that marriage relationship. So how then do we deal with anger in marriage? And of course, this you can relate with, people, even if it's anger at work, anger with your siblings, anger with whoever you're a friend, in a relationship with. But like I said, our focus on Thursday is on marriage. So how to deal with anger in marriage? There's so many ways, guys, so many ways. But I'm just going to mention a few just so that I don't leave us hanging. The first thing is you must understand and acknowledge that you are angry. A lot of people are angry and they're in denial. No, I'm okay. But the face that they carry, oh my goodness. That face can boil water. It can boil water. Yes, I dare laugh. And they tell you, I'm not angry. And the face is saying something else. It's like you can't even hide it. So you need to acknowledge that you're angry. Don't suppress it. Do not deny it. Like I said, it's not a sin to be angry, but what we do with that anger is what makes it a sin or what makes it bad. So say, I am angry without the shame or the aggression. I am angry. What you did, I really did not like it. Just say and let them know that you're angry, but you don't have to throw things, you don't have to throw words, you don't have to, and all of those things. No aggression, please. Say it, you're angry, because I'm sure they have two big ears and they can hear what you're saying. So do not suppress for yourself. Do not suppress that anger because it can cause damage to your internal organs as well. When you carry and suppress all the time, one day where you would explode. Anyway, that's another topic for another day. So again, how do we deal with anger in marriage? Pause before reacting. These things, you have to do them over time and it becomes part of you. Maybe now you've heard this, oh, you didn't know you could do that. Yes, you can. Okay, next time there's a thing or an issue, you're going to pause before you react. But you find out that the old you is there, ready. No pausing, no break, you just hit everything. And then you say to yourself, oh, I heard FunmiRoyal. I said I was going to pause before reacting, but oh my goodness, I've done this. At least you're conscious of it. The more you're conscious of it, the more you find out that next time you want to lash out, something will hold you back. So it's practice. Over time, it becomes part of you. Because the old way, you've always known that way, is become part of you. Now we want to unlearn that old way and take on the new way by calming down, even though we're angry. Pause before reacting, so that your reaction is not going to hurt your spouse like you never intended. So let's really take a breath. Sometimes it may within you count to 10. I mean, if you have to count out, so be it. Anything that will help you calm down, or walk away briefly if needed, because that reaction is what you don't trust what you're going to do with it. So you might have to walk away briefly, breathe in and out, count your 1 to 10, and pause. Just pause, because you know that if you open that mouth, what was going to come out, hey, my goodness, it may actually break up that marriage. You know yourself. So find ways of coping, find ways of dealing, find ways of managing that anger emotion, so that you don't hurt your spouse and your marriage. Again, communicate. Do not explode. A lot of what I explode, I tell you, I explode. And when I explode, hey, the house is on fire. You might say, for me, yes, I'm in a marriage relationship. And trust me, sometimes my husband explodes. We have our moments we explode. But in it all, after the explosion, you have to calm yourself down. Whether you drink cold water or you drink your cup of tea, whatever will calm you down. And then we'll come back and address, I feel hurt. You have hurt me this way or whatever. Don't ever say you always, because it's not always. It was just this one incident, or maybe a couple, but you not refer to it as always, because that can trigger another anger altogether. So we need to be mindful of how we communicate. So let's talk. Let's express our feelings without the aggression. Like I said, use I feel hurt by whatever. And if you want to put the drama, you don't have to be smiling, because some say, smile now. But no, I'm angry right now. I'm not smiling. And then they will get the message and then pass your message along without you, accusing just this one incident, or the marriage lifetime is being like that. So sometimes we say that just to hurt our spouse as much as we're hurting God helping us. You're laughing, Andre. These are things couples do, but you and I know that it's just this one time or maybe twice they've hurt you in that marriage. So don't come and say, you always hurt me. You and I know it's not true. Thank you for the hurt me. So let's be mindful of words, because words once spoken, you cannot take them back. Please refrain from the word always. Exactly. So what you're addressing that has angered you in that moment, just say, by this thing, I feel hurt. By this situation, I really feel hurt. Whatever. Don't say you always know. It's just this one time, we know. So God helping us. Again, listen with empathy. Don't just hear. Okay? Because you want to listen. You want to just listen for listening's sake. You're not actually, how do they say it? You hear, but you don't listen. Yeah, that's the thing. So we're saying hear and listen. Ask questions. That's how your spouse will know you're listening with empathy, not with anger, to respond with anger. Help me understand what you're feeling. Help me understand what you're saying. And if they've said whatever and you're still, in that state you don't understand, try to paraphrase in your own words back to your spouse to see whether it's the same thing you are talking about, or it's the same thing they're trying to express. You've understood it. Because sometimes words are minced in there. Everybody's got what they're thinking of sometimes. I know our spouses should be on our mind as well, but you know what I'm talking about. So instead of getting unnecessarily angry, just say, help me understand what you're feeling. Help me understand what you're saying, because right now I don't think I understand. This emotion uncontrolled in a marriage will show you that money does not provide peace. Oh yeah. Definitely. Thank you so much, Leslie, for that contribution. It's not all about money. It's like your spouse is getting angry, just take money. And this comedy, what do you call it now? Skit makers, they make all sorts jokes. And what have you 1 second, people? they make jokes like the wife is so angry, she's upset, and the man just come with a box of money in piles and just throw at her, and then she's still a bit upset, and he throws more, and then she starts smiling a little, and he throws more, and then she starts smiling. It doesn't work like that. Please, those skit makers, they're making money. Oh, don't mind them. Those are not real thing you would tell a couple in distress when it comes to anger. That will not solve it. But some will say, "From speak for yourself. Oh, me, I want money. If I'm angry, let them throw money at me. I'll be fine." Let's see how long that money is going to keep you not angry or angered, so to say. So speak with your spouse. Listen with empathy. Listen, hear them, listen to them, and ask for clarity if you don't understand fully what they're saying. I mean, it will just let them know that, oh, this person is actually paying attention. They're listening to me. And that will cool their mind off, because when they know you're not listening, you just want to talk back again, that anger will just keep, fired up. So God helping us. Again, another way to deal with anger in marriage is deal with issues early. Because sometimes, because we're in here together, like I said, some people, they avoid. Say, ask the late Gucci who was unalived by his wife. Well, another story for another day, Leslie. Thank you. So deal with issues early. Don't let anger simmer. Because like I say, is what you do with that anger that makes it the problem, that makes it the issue. Some people may be angry. You might say you'll be angry for 3 days, whatever, as long as you're not hurting your spouse. You're angry, but you're still talking to them. You're angry, you're still cooking for them. You're eating their food or whatever it is. You're angry, the other room is not suffering. You're angry, whatever. When you know you're ready to talk, please do so minding words. So don't let anger simmer really, because you might feel, oh, okay, it's under control. You okay? That goes. Another issue is still going to come. And then another issue is still going to come. And you keep putting it in. One day, maybe just one tiny thing they've done, you will just explode. Meanwhile, it's not what has happened that has brought that explosion. Or says there's also passive aggressive anger. You come and tell us about that when you come. See, that's why I say I cannot cover all of it, because if I go into this, I'll bring my counseling bit in, and of course I'll be the only one to talk today. Trust me. So you're going to come and explain that to us, even though I get you. Thank you for that. Whether it's active, whether it's anger, how do you manage it? A lot of things, like I said, some people say, oh, it's mild. The anger was mild. They were not too upset, But you don't know that they're piling it up. And then you do big one, they pile up. You do small one, they pile up. And then one time like this, you probably did not even do anything. They will just explode on you. And you'll be wondering, what did I just say? What have I done? Anger can be very destructive. Yes, indeed, very. And destructive to that marriage, especially. Imagine they say, why did you guys divorce? His anger level, her anger level, I could not cope anymore. You'll be wondering, anger, how? But you and I know that extreme anger has led to death before, so we don't want to go there. I mean, we're not going there today, however, but just to mention that, to let you know how destructive, Sheon, thank you so much for that, it can be. So address things while they are small before they grow, because when we leave things unattended to, it's just a matter of time. It's like putting a seed in the soil, and you think, oh, you have not attended to it, but it rained yesterday, the sun shone today, it rained again tomorrow, the sun is going to shine the next day, and the thing is growing. The next time you go and visit it, you will not see a big tree there, and you'll be wondering, you didn't plant the tree. But you put the seed there, and it was being watered and nurtured, and it now grew to something you never bargained for. So it's always good to address it when it's it just happened, or before they grow too big that you might need intervention, or you might need a mediator to even come in, or a counselor or pastor, or somebody to come and help this situation. So as soon as, that's why I say you cannot be in denial. And spouses, let me say, husbands, wives, When your spouse says something about your emotions, they are the ones feeling whatever from you. So they are entitled to saying those things to your hearing. Because they say iron sharpened iron. I cannot be telling you that your anger is scaring me and you feel, oh, get over it. You're just over dramatic. You're just this and that. And then another time they come and say, your anger is scaring me. And you're just telling them to get over it. Hey, I don't know what you're planning in that marriage or what your plan is for your spouse, but you might just scare them out of that marriage before you realize what exactly is going on. So let's not be in denial, especially when our spouses are addressing certain things. I know bitter, sweet, or whatever. The truth is bitter. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. But at the same time, who else would tell you those things? If not for this person you share everything with. So don't just look at it, my spouse and say, they've started again. They're looking for my trouble. They this. No. They want to enjoy relationship with you. And if they're not safe, if they're not comfortable with any attributes of yours, any what will help me behavior of yours, I mean, they're the best person to tell you. And rather than you fight, you go and reflect on it, think about it, and soul search yourself. Be honest with yourself. And even if you don't see it, ask questions from your spouse. What made you say this? Why do you think this? And let them explain, because they are the ones feeling it. Don't fight them for these things that they say to us, even if it's not something you want to hear, because you're the only two in that marriage relationship. You're the only two as husband and wife. Who best to tell husband how? Who best to tell wife how? So don't look at it as because of the past conflict you managed to resolve. Now that's why they're saying this. That means you don't want to progress or you don't want success in that marriage. So be careful. Deal with issues early. Don't let them simmer for long. Don't let them grow out of hand before you now start saying, how did we get here? No, before you get there first. Anyway, the last one is forgiveness and letting go. Carrying anger poisons the soul. And it's not the soul of the person you are angry with. It's your own soul, the one carrying the anger themselves. Forgiveness releases both yourself and your spouse from whatever it is. It's just, it is what it is. We talked about, is it revenge or something the other day, and we're like, it's like poisoning. You want to poison someone, not realizing you're poisoning yourself, or you've jailed somebody in the prison of your heart. Yeah, it's you're carrying the prison everywhere. Just let it go. If you read Colossians 3:13, it says, bear with one another. Why would the Bible tell us to bear with one another? Because we're not perfect. We're not, I don't even know the word now. Words fail me. We're not perfect. That's why I say bear with one another and forgive one another. Even as Christ forgave you, so also you must do. We would offend one, no matter how much the love is 200%, we will still offend one another one way or another. If it's not each other, it could be a third party that brought a situation or something. So be open, and that way you're able to deal with things when they happen. Don't say, my husband loved me too much. Fight, no, anger, no, that's not okay. What if it comes? Because the devil is not going to be happy that you two are, speaking the same language all the time. Something, whether big or small, will bring some sort of anger, will bring some sort of conflict that if you're not careful how you resolve it, it will lead to anger. And if not dealt with properly, can lead to separation even. For this one thing, no, I will not. That anger just overtakes you. You're not hearing go, you're not hearing come. You just want to do what you want to do. Nah, on this one, you're right. Let's be coming down like this. Let's be coming down like this. Bear with one another. Your spouse is not perfect. Neither are you. You offend one another. You talk about it. Sometimes you may have to pray for forgiveness together unto God. Pray for your wife. Pray for your husband. That way, you release all the remnants of unforgiveness that might still be left in you. Sometimes it will take that. Pray together is my next point. Pray together. Invite God into that conflict. If you're a Muslim, you know how to do your prayers. Whatever you believe in. I believe in God. God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I pray to God sometimes when that anger, imagine sometimes you're so angry, you're cringing, I don't know, you're just angry, and you know that if you leave that space, what you're going to do, you don't trust yourself. And you remember this word of God that say, be angry, but sin not. You just have to go to God and pour your hearts to God. And perhaps it's a trial of how you're going to actually have that conversation with your spouse. When you say, God, yeah, you will cry, you will moan, you will shout, do everything you want to do right there in that space. But when you go to your spouse, make sure that at least that tension has gone down as to the barest minimum, and then express what you want to express. So pray together when these things happen. Sometimes you might have to pray for your spouse that God help them manage better their anger. Prayer breaks spiritual tension, and it restores peace in the home. Practice this, and God is willing. His ears are always open to hear our hearts cry. According to his will, he will grant our heart desires. And that's my prayer for us, that God will restore peace to every home that is going through this kind of anger we're talking about, that God will bring peace and restoration back into such homes. Amen, amen, amen. Again, when anger becomes dangerous, I dare say this, and I know and I want to believe that we here in this community and anyone passing by listening, we don't engage in the extreme anger. So when anger becomes dangerous, it can turn to domestic violence, physical violence, it can turn to verbal abuse, it can turn to emotional manipulation. It's no longer just a marital issue. It becomes a safety issue. And I had to put this in here because as subtle as it may be, or it may sound, it's to the extreme, it can be deadly. So let us address it here. That's why I say I dare us to talk about these things on inside. The first time you were angry, you were just moving and you just punched without realizing, okay, it was by accident. And now you find out that, it felt good, whatever was going on for you at that time. And then the next time, physical violence. In fact, before this spouse says anything that you think would anger you, you now consciously bring the blow, or you bring the slap, or you take something to hit and strangling and all of those things. Physical violence, no. It's no longer a marital issue. Like I said, it becomes a safety issue. Are you safe in the space where you and your spouse is? And in such cases, seek help immediately, because your life may just be at stake. Because sometimes some things happen to people, and because they're not one for expressing, they act it out in ways that even they themselves are shocked at themselves. Seek help immediately. If you have to seek a counselor, a professional, your pastor, like I said, and a trusted elder in your family. But do not sit there and say, it was a mistake. They won't do it again. And then the next time, and then the next time, and then the next time. And then it becomes a shameful thing. You're so ashamed to even seek help. And this spouse knows, Lord have mercy. Some, it now becomes a way of life. They would beat you black and blue, and then they will go out and buy the best gift and come present to you. And they'll tell you, I'm so sorry, this and that. And this is how these things kind of creep in. Once a spouse cannot manage their anger and they decide to go physical on you, or even verbal, they would abuse the life out of you. That is no longer allowed. That is no longer safe for your spouse. And I want to believe that you will not just sit down and allow things to go that bad. If you had to seek help for yourself, dealing with that anger, please do, before you start lashing out on your spouse. Because this is not God's plan for us to treat our spouses. It is not, except we don't understand the what is it called now, the intricacies, I don't know the word now, I don't know why is English failing me this evening, of marriage. We don't understand what God's plan is for marriage. God will not create an institution where you want one person to be battering the other person. That is not God's institution. No. And one day, do people even think that one day they're going to have a child of their own? Would they want somebody else's son, somebody else's daughter to treat their children the way they're treating another man's child? We need to be mindful. We need to be selfless when it comes to this marriage thing we're talking about. We cannot allow our emotion to take a better part of us. Otherwise, our spouses will run away. They will be disconnected. They will be at a distance, still in that relationship. And nobody would enjoy marriage like that. So let's be mindful how we react, how we manage our emotional reactions to whatever is going on. God does not condone abuse in any form, any shape, any size. Neither do we here on Insight. We do not condone that. Let's look at building a peaceful marriage, because I'm winding down now, I'm rounding up, and I want us to come up because we have one or two things we'll talk about regarding this anger. You and I know, you probably have heard as well of some cases where anger wasn't dealt with properly, and it has even cost the life of children in that marriage. I don't want to be telling us horrors, stories, horrific stories, but you may have heard them yourself, and you know, when you hear that, your heart sinks in, like, how can another human being do this to another one? So let's balance this talk. Building a peaceful marriage. Practice daily checks-in or check-ins, whichever way you want to see it. How are you doing emotionally? So tell them at the back, God does not condone abuse in marriage. That's why I say any shape, any form, God does not at all. So in order to build peace in that marriage, you know your spouse, you know, maybe you're having a conversation and something you said, all of a sudden their mood changes, or they were smiling and they stop smiling. Do not leave it and just say, oh, it's just them, just ignore. You don't know that if you deal with it right there and then, it will not fester, it will not grow, it will not be anything. But if you leave it and they carry that, that's why we have to be each other's keeper. Don't just say, oh, they're fine, they're okay. Sometimes when I'm in that state, that's when I'm doing stuff, cracking jokes so that I can, get out of it. And if my spouse knows me very well, they'll know that, okay, what exactly, oh, okay, just stop already. What exactly is going on? They want to know, like, talk to me, what is going on? Because this is, when you're like this, I know what's going on, or I have an idea, but use your words if you must. Use your words, what's going on? Is this something you want to talk about now? Or you still need to calm down, or whatever it is. We should know our spouses better than anyone. So when things change, when emotion shifts and that, you should be the first person to pick that up from your spouse. So let's practice daily check-ins. How are you doing? And those, you're not expecting to just say, fine, I'm fine. No, you would ask again, how are you really doing? Whether emotionally, physically, do you need me to do something? Even if they don't need anything, the fact that you've asked is more than enough to calm whatever anger is in them, so to say. Again, set rules for conflict. I mentioned that earlier. You say, sit down, talk about how do we handle conflict. No yelling, no name calling. Let's take turns to hear one another. And if you don't understand, ask me to clarify. Don't just assume this is what I'm saying. Because when you bring it back, it just triggers me. It just gets me so angry, because it's like you're not listening, and then things are escalating unnecessarily. So these are things you need to sit down, set the rules. If you more have to verbalize it, say it out, everybody's hearing this. In this home, this is how we're settling things. When you're angry, we're not yelling. No, we're not calling anybody names. We're going to take turns and speak and try to understand the situation so we can sort things out. And again, celebrate your progress, even small victories. Like I said, when you become conscious of managing that anger, you find out that, hey, my dear husband, this thing would have triggered. In fact, they would have gone to level 7 of anger, but now they're just on level 1 with you. And you're wondering, something has shifted. Celebrate that. Because it's not easy to come to that level 1 from level 7. I don't know why I'm putting level to it now. Whether level 1 or which one is good. Don't mind me, but at least you get my gist anyways. Be accountable to a trusted mentor. Because this it kind of helps, especially a mentor couple. You might have this couple you look up to, so when there are issues, you might relay it to them. Once in a while they might come have a sit with you, or you go out couples night, get one or two other couples, compare notes. I know no two marriage is the same, I get it, but there's one or two things you can rub off positively on each other. As long as they are accountable and they are trusted, you can share that space with them. Again, I'll say this one, as a believer, fill your home with God's word, God's laughter, God's grace. The word of God, it softens it. In fact, that's the Bible portion I put in there. Proverbs 15 verse 1 says, a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Somebody is angry already. You now bring the harshest word. What do you think will happen to that emotion of theirs called anger? Have you brought cool ice water to calm them with your words? Or you have brought hot water to make them, go crazy some more? So let's be mindful. A soft answer turns away wrath. And like I say, you can relate this thing to friends you're angry with, colleagues or whatever. It works either way. But like I say, our focus is on marriage. A harsh word will stir up anger. So what words are we saying to one another, especially when we're trying to deal with this emotion called anger? Let's be mindful. Fill your home with right words, with the kind words. When you're angry, like I say, for a moment, if you have to walk away, do, so that you're not bringing all these harsh words that will stir up even anger some more. It's not going to help growth. It's not going to help love. It's not going to help understanding at that point in time. So let's be mindful. As a roundup, know this. Anger is a real emotion, even in loving marriages. I said, I've exploded many times. My husband has exploded many times. All the explosions, am I still not here? Because we have to learn to move past it. We have to learn to deal with things so we can live with tomorrow. Anger is a real emotion, even in a loving marriage. But when handled with humility, with grace, and with the help of the Holy Spirit, I believe strongly, anger can become a tool for deeper understanding, not a weapon for destruction. We're not out to get our spouse. We're not out to destroy our spouses. So why would we want to use it as a weapon of destruction for the marriage? That means we're not going to enjoy that marriage. So no such thing as a risk-free marriage at all. When you were signing the dotted lines, I do, and all of that, there was very few spaces for whatever in there. It's just names and witnesses or whatever that is in there, But like I say, we need to learn to manage the anger. Some people, they didn't have this issue until they're married and they're transitioning. They're not able to handle well. Life is throwing also at them and they just feel, oh, I'm in a relationship, yet I feel alone. They can even be angered by this. But just know that it's not a weapon for destruction. We're not meant to destroy one another with that anger. No. We're meant to understand it so that we can have a deeper understanding for one another. And you yourself, you will know that, what I've said, my spouse will be angry. By yourself, give them that space and then come back later. I'm so sorry if I upset you or if I angered you with what I said, This was what I meant, or this is what I mean. If it's a thing, try to rephrase it so they understand. Because sometimes we need to help our spouse, especially when they're the type that they won't talk much. Some like that, they're quiet, they won't talk. But when they're quiet, there's something wrong. So please, let's look out for one another. Let's be committed to growth. Honest communication and forgiveness will eventually take place. Because if I don't know that I've even offended you, I've angered you, I just carry on, and then you look at me, I wonder what is wrong with this person. I might even be thinking it's somebody at work that has offended you. I will not even think it's me. unless you open your mouth to say, because some people are like free birds or whatever you want to call them, like that. They don't even know they've said something that have triggered you to level 10 even, So sometimes you have to communicate honestly and openly with your spouse. My dear, yesterday you said this. Oh my goodness, boy, was I mad. Was I, talk about it. Share your feelings with your spouse. Who best to share them with, okay? So that forgiveness can follow, healing can follow, and growth as well. So when we invite God into our emotions, He brings healing to our hearts and also our home. The ultimate is, if it's an issue, you've talked, you've done that, it seems so hard, take it to the Lord in prayer. What's that song now? I think I'm in my song with what a friend we have in Jesus. All our griefs and sins to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Everything that concerns us concerns God. So take it to the Lord in prayer. You might do that, as a husband. You might do that as a wife. And you can actually do it as a husband and wife in that marriage relationship, and pray for one another. Lord, help my spouse to not be angry unnecessarily. Help them to have the grace to be able to control their emotion called anger. Pray for your spouse. There's no biggie to it. Honestly, pray openly, pray privately, whichever way. Pray for one another, because that emotion is not something you just want it to be on the loose all the time. It can actually break up a marriage, if left unattended to properly. So my prayer is that God will help us manage our emotion called anger properly. We will get angry, but we will sin not whilst at it. That is the end of my talk. However, I want to ask us 2 questions today. How can uncontrolled anger affect marriage? How can uncontrolled anger affect marriage? And the second question is, do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way? And why is that? Do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way? I've mentioned a lot. If you've missed my talk, well, it's a bit tough, but yeah. And I have my puzzle for today. If we need it, if things get heated up, we'll bring the puzzle today. So guys, always as usual, thank you for listening. Let the dawn of a new day bring understanding and love. Hope inside. Yes, so I am done with my talk. So it's time to rub minds together. Let's talk about this issue openly. It's safe space here on Inside. We talk about these things. We dare ourselves to talk about it, so that we don't keep suffering in silence, so that we don't keep shying away from talking about it. Perhaps the boldness you need to talk about this topic with your spouse is what you need. Receive that boldness today here on Inside, so that you can talk things through with your husband, with your wife, and live a happy marriage life. That is the whole idea. And God helping us, because this anger thing has broken so many marriages, so many homes, and enough is enough. We dare to say that on Inside. Enough is enough. So let's see who is there. Let's talk about these things. Let's not run away. Let's not shy away from it. God helping us, because it can be dealt with if we're conscious and if we're, intentional, allowing anger to rule us. Good evening, Sheol. Good evening, Kenneth. As you're coming in, you're
Good
welcome.
evening.
Happy Thursday to you.
How are you today?
I'm tired, in fairness. I'm being honest. I'm tired, but I just have to do what I have to do, yeah. But yeah, the weekend is even busy. Oh Lord.
I was gonna say the weekend is here.
The weekend is here. My church, we have a family fun day. We're going to Colchester. So yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow. Yeah, I know holidays are coming, but God helping us. But it's all good. I think from Monday it will be a bit chilled for me, so to say. So I'm looking forward to that. At least before I go away, yeah.
It is well.
Oh, thank God.
Some
How was your day yourself?
fine, fine. Just looking forward towards the weekend.
Yeah, thank God. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And
Tomorrow,
July is gradually going
yeah,
so
my tomorrow is my son's last day in school, so I know from next week
yeah, I'm not close,
he's
yeah.
going to be on my case
I don't know if
because
one of my sorry to cut you, Shane, one of my sons, I don't know if he's watching or listening through live. I don't know. Today is his birthday.
happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday to Eric. I say happy birthday, my dear son. I said no matter how tall you get and see your mother, never. If I have to climb the ladder to look into your face, I will. So happy birthday, Eric. This is shout out from mom to you, or from mom
Happy
and
birthday,
dad to
Eric.
you. Thank you so much. He's a shout out.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I know they're making me feel old.
Well, my son tells me that as well.
Eh?
So you're not. I said my son tells me that as well.
Oh,
It's
I
not only
see.
you.
Is he as tall as you are?
No, he's taller now.
He's taller. You know
Yeah,
what? This
my
one,
13-year-old is
oh,
taller than me.
it's
Yeah,
taller than you. Maybe
yeah,
even me with my high heel, I'm still looking at them like this.
yeah.
I,
And when his mom is having a go at him, I'm always laughing because she's always looking up to him when she's
yeah,
scolding him.
I used to crack this joke that before. I said before I used to look down because they were much younger. I say, behave yourself, you this one. And then after I look up, and after it was, and now I said, I'm still your mother. You better behave
Exact,
yourself.
exactly.
But,
It's the same. It's the same
yeah.
thing with my wife as well when she's having a go at him. I just laugh.
Thank God for them. At least that's
Yeah.
our prayer that our children will grow way past us, even in stature, in everything, really.
Amen.
So thank
Amen.
God. Thank God.
Amen. Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah, so I don't know much of my talk that you heard. We're talking about anger in marriage.
Yeah, yeah. I heard quite a bit.
Okay.
And it's funny. It's funny you should mention anger because I can relate.
Okay.
Um,
At least I'm not in
I
the
came
world of
from. No. I always tell people that the biggest thing with marriage is you learn on the go.
yeah.
You don't get to practice marriage before you get married. You just learn as you go along. Yes, you get advice. Yes, people will tell you. Yes, there'll be advice,
Good
but
evening,
it's
Leslie.
kind it's kind of like reading a book and thinking you know how to drive until you sit down in the car and start moving things around. That's when you'll know that there's a difference between theory and practice.
Mm,
And anger is kind of like that because if there is one thing you will learn in marriage, the person that will piss you off the most is your partner because
good.
you are always in each other's face, you are always in each other's space, you are living together every day for till death do you part.
Mm.
So just looking at that time alone, nobody else is going to piss you off more, and it's only natural. It is only
I
normal.
don't know. Sorry to cut to you. I don't know if you heard about when COVID happened, that most husband and wives had to now stay at home and work from home. They were
Yes,
just on each other's
yes,
case.
yes. Because you don't get a breather. I
Oh
know,
my God.
I know of people that went to go and sit in their car to vent because that was the only place they could go.
Oh, but is it that bad? And actually,
Yeah,
some people testify that I actually brought them closer because all the time, everybody going up and down, they just meet at night, but now they just found out that they've really missed each other so much. I'm like, okay, my hearing about such kind of balanced things out. So as much as some even broke up because they were too much, like they were living with strangers already, COVID brought about that. And then it made them see themselves for who they were.
yeah. I think if you and your partner have things you do together,
Precisely.
if
Yeah.
if you have something you share, whether it is you run a business together or you have a particular thing you do together, whether it's date night once a week or you watch movies together or you cook together, if you have some form of ritual,
Yeah, that's it.
whatever that is,
Yeah.
even if it is cleaning the house together, if you have that in your, will I call it a timetable, then being in each other's space is not alien. When you don't have things that you do together, and you go to work, I go to work, we come home, we have dinner,
Leslie,
and
be
you do.
serious. I'm so sorry, Seun. Leslie, how about? Are
If
you?
you
Sorry,
if you
Seun.
don't if you don't have if you don't have something that you share together, then it becomes difficult to be in each other's space. I think that's what I learned over time, because I can talk, because when I first got married, my wife didn't do much. My wife and I didn't do stuff together. Now we do quite a bit together. Even sometimes going shopping, we can decide to go and do shopping together, even though one person can go and do it.
Of course.
So I think that is where the being in each other's space can be a problem. But going back to the topic of anger,
Yeah.
when I got angry, and I think I've said this in the past, it was because in my head I had this picture of what my wife should be like,
Okay.
and that didn't tally with what she was. And that was where the frustration started. And eventually I realized that the picture was ideal in my head, and that wasn't what reality was. And the moment I now accepted what reality was, life was just easier.
But it took a while.
It took a while. No, it took years. I won't say a while. It took years.
Okay.
Because, a lot of us, and I don't know whether I'm speaking for a lot of people, when you get married, you have this idealization of what your partner is.
Some expectations in your mind.
Exactly. In your head, you have it. People say they don't, but a lot of us have it subconsciously. So what happens is, the longer you're in that marriage, there is going to be that clash between what you think and what
your
is.
reality.
And that is where anger comes from, and frustration. That is one part of anger, and how I was able to, deal with it. The other one is forgiveness and resentment. If you do not quickly let it go, if you do not forgive quickly, if you hold it in, that is a ticking time bomb.
Yep.
And that one I didn't really have a problem with, because I think because my father was the kind of person that didn't really say sorry or forgive people easily, I quickly identified that wasn't a very good trait to have. So I quickly kind of got rid of that one. So that one I didn't really have a problem with. But the resentment and not being able to forgive and let go is, for me, poison. It is poison in a relationship. And sometimes you have to give yourself or the other person time to heal when they are hurt. You have to give them, whether it is space, whether it is just acknowledgement, whether it is understanding. You have to give them space to heal, because until they heal, you cannot connect with that person again.
There'll be some walls.
There's going to be issues. Exactly. So, for example, if I'm venting and it is like I'm really, really pissed off, I just go to my study, I close the door. And if my wife picks up on it, she knows to leave me until I come out.
Wow.
It might be 30 minutes, it might be an hour, I might be watching a movie. But when I cool off and I come out, she will look at my face, she'll be like, okay, yeah, I think it's done. We can now go back to business. It's okay. But if you try to force that person to deal with it at that time, you're just going to get a lot of chaos. You're going to have a lot of pushback.
Escalations of nothing.
Exactly. Because there was time my wife wasn't feeling too good, and we're arguing about it, and I was trying to say, but you should have gotten over this. It's not an issue. And she was like, you have to let me feel the way I'm feeling. You can't tell me, Otito, it's enough. It's time to go back. No. Let me finish.
There's a switch on and off.
Yeah, no. Let it, exactly. I have to. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And I just, sometimes, and she's venting, I just grab the two boys. I'm like, guys, let's go and watch a movie. Just leave your mom be. and they can pick up on it as well.
But that
So
can even anger some women some more, that behavior alone.
yes, but everybody's different. This is where, this is why marriage is complex.
Yeah.
What works for me in my family might not work
Not,
for you in your
yeah, that's
family.
true. Yeah.
And that is the reason why I disagree with people that just give general marriage advice.
No,
You can't.
it's
Because
mostly not effective because no two marriage is the same.
not even just that. If I'm giving you advice, I have to let you know that this is how I see it based on my life experiences. It's way different from yours. You were born maybe in a different country with different culture, with different parents, maybe with a different religion. Your outlook on life is different. So why do I think that my advice will work for you? It won't. I can give you what I think are guides,
Yeah.
but it is now up to you to look at what I've given you, filter it, and say, okay, this will work for me, this will not work for me, or I disagree with you, or I don't believe in what you're saying.
Yeah.
Very, very important. Very, very important. Take people's advice, but it is yours to filter and distill. Don't just take it and run with it. So I think that is what I believe when your people are giving advice for marriage, and not even just marriage in general, even things like business. There's that element of luck. There is an element of luck in marriage, or let's call it grace. Let's use grace. I think that's a better word.
Yeah.
There is an element of grace.
Oh, yeah.
There are some people that I know, and this is a fact. They have done everything they need to do, and the marriage didn't work out. And there are people that I know, they've broken all the rules in a marriage, and they are fine
Together, yeah.
because they recovered. So there is an element of luck. Now, just because there's an element of luck does not mean you shouldn't play the marriage game. Let me just use the word.
Yeah.
But there is an element of luck. And it's the same thing with anger as well. Timing can make things worse or make things better.
Yep.
So, for example, there is an issue. I am about to vent. Then a phone rings. And it's a phone I've been expecting all day. I will pause. I'll pick up the phone. If I pick up the phone and it is good news, all of a sudden I'm not so angry. I'm just trying to show you timing.
Yeah.
There was this trick my mom did years ago. I can never forget that trick. We were arguing and I was venting. And my mom knows me very well. And I was talking. She just kept quiet. Then she just said, Muminko, i.e., how is your wife? And I just melted. Because she knows. She knows.
Wow.
No matter how angry I am, the moment she mentions her, I will melt. And I'm like, she's fine. And she's like, okay, can we discuss this tomorrow?
Wow.
And she left. And it was after she left, I just thought she just played the fast one on me. So those things do matter. They do matter. But I think, not to flog or, keep repeating myself.
Yeah.
There is an element of luck in marriage.
Grace.
Anger. Yeah, grace. Sorry, you need grace. You need to be mature enough not to impose your will on the other person.
It's hard.
And it is hard, but what do you do? Once you start accepting what is, I find out that life is a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Once you start accepting that it's God's plan, life just starts getting better. Or you think, well, this is what I want, but it's not working out. I believe God's plan is what is best for me. And when it's right, it'll come to fruition. Forgiveness and resentment, very, very important. You have to know how to manage it.
Yeah.
And it's once you accept that till you die, your spouse will piss you off. And you will forgive him or her, and it is the order of the day, then you will be fine.
Indeed.
Once you accept that it is what it, because I always tell people this: your sons and daughters will piss you off, but you are not quick to disown them.
Yeah. See?
You're not. But why is it that your spouse pisses you off and quickly you're running to divorce? Why? Why? Because come what may, your son is your son, your daughter is your daughter. They're not going anywhere. But your wife, you can find another one. Best of luck in 2025, but that's a different topic.
Don't even go there.
But that's a different topic.
I always say that people getting married or looking for partner these days, I don't envy them at all.
I was telling my wife, look, I can't go anywhere. I'd rather stick with you than go outside, because I know what the streets
dangerous.
I know what the streets are saying. So I can't be angry for long. So if you are quick to forgive your son and not disown your son and daughter when they piss you off or there is a major issue, why are you quick to divorce your wife or husband? Why? So I think those are my pointers. I think I can get off the top of my head, but it's inevitable. You're gonna fight.
So I'll go a bit personal. I know you've been sharing personal stuff. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
So do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way?
Do I find not anymore? I used to, but not anymore.
So you've kind of grown out of it.
I've grown out of it. I have learned how to manage myself. So, for example, I journal. Okay. So what happens is there are times that when I'm very angry, I just bring out a piece of paper and I write a letter to whoever it is that I'm very angry at. Then when I finish writing it, I tear up the paper and throw it in the bin, and I feel better.
Wow.
Something as simple as that.
It's a technique we use in therapy for clients as well. Yeah.
Exactly. I think I stumbled on it on YouTube. I can't remember where I got it from. I'll just write it, and sometimes it might be 2 pages. But once I finish writing it and I tear it up,
that's it.
Because there is this thing of, if you write with a pen and paper, your brain needs to concentrate to put the words in the order, to get the spellings right, and for you to write properly, your brain needs to concentrate. By the time you finish writing, the anger has kind of dissipated. So you just tear it up and throw it in the bin.
Yeah.
And that's how that's one way. The other way I handle it is I just go for a walk.
Okay.
I put on my headphones, I go for a walk in the park. That's the second way. The third way, I might just get on the phone, call my friend in Nigeria or America, we start gisting, and I just kind of forget about it. Now, once I am now not so pissed off, I can now go to my wife and say, okay, what you did there, I'm not a fan of. But because I'm not angry anymore, my words are not aggressive. I am not attacking. I am in a calm mood and I'm talking. Because generally, it's kind of like basketball sometimes. The way you give it is the way they give it back to you. But if you're in a calm mood and you're not so pissed off, and you now bring up the topic, the other person can say, sorry, or this is my position, and you kind of resolve it that way.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your opinion, your reality. And I love the fact that you could boldly say you were like that, but you've grown out of it and you're all the better for it. And I bet by the grace of God, that grace will continue to cover you and your wife in your marriage in Jesus' name. because we need it till Christ will come, till death will do us, but we need that grace. Ah,
We need it. We need it. We need it.
we need
We need
it
it. We
because you
need
know
it.
the thing is we're growing in the hands of each other.
Yeah.
So look at it like even though you're not no longer a child, you're not an adult. Even as an adult, we're growing, and you find out that when you met the first 5 years, they were like this. The 5 years after, it's like something has changed. And like you said, if you don't change what is in your mind, that ideology of your wife or your husband, and now the reality is like, this thing does not tally, you just start fighting. There will just be unnecessary conflict. And before you know, this person cannot place it. Why is my husband angry? Or why is my wife angry? Or whatever. And when you sit and talk about things and you share those thoughts in your head, you will laugh about it. And that will be the end of the
Yeah,
thing.
it's funny. I think the other thing that I also learned over time was pause. What do I mean? Something pisses you off.
Hmm.
Don't say anything for just 2 minutes.
Right. Did I not say count 1 to 10
Oh
at
my
least?
God, that thing is magic.
It
Just
does.
pause. Because in the past, I have reacted, and about 30 minutes later, I'm just kicking myself out like, dude, you said too much. There was no need.
Once those words come
There
out,
was
you
no
cannot
you
unsay them.
exactly. You're thinking, why did you say that? That was too much. So I learned that just a simple 5 minute pause.
Exactly. You're thinking,
Why did you say that? That was too much. So I learned that just a simple 5 minute pause.
exactly. You're thinking,
Debbie, you have to mute. Sorry, it's kind of echoing back.
Yeah. So you just not saying anything for 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, and
It
save
does
a
help.
lot of aggro later. I think that's the other thing I just remembered. I'm basically just sharing the things that I've used over the years, to be honest,
As
and
well.
that's why it's very easy for me to remember them.
Look at Leslie. Say, brother, she'll stop exposing our secrets. You're funny. I think Leslie has just watched some comedy before coming to Inside. Thank you, Sheol. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. In fact, you said it all. You know, when you give your example like that, you were once like this and not. So that means it's something we can overcome. It's something we can get better at managing or dealing with and still be enjoying the goodness of marriage. So it is doable, guys. Whoever's listening out there, you can do it. Don't let anger be your master. Rather be the master over anger. You can control it. Don't let it control you, because otherwise it will damage a lot of things in that relationship. So thank you, Shane, once again for sharing, keeping it real and simple. Thank you so much. Kenneth, I'm going to come to you. I hope you can speak. I'm not sure if you're at work. Good evening, Kenneth. Welcome.
Good evening, host. Good evening, everyone aboard and those in the comment section. I want to first of all appreciate you, host, for the wonderful
Thank you,
topic
sir.
produced.
Thank you.
We want to thank God. We want to appreciate God for the life of everyone there. uh, Anger in marriage. In fact, it affects all of us because I want to say there is no one, no one that don't have it in his
Oh, yeah,
bedroom.
tell me about it.
The pepper body, the hot temper, the all and all. But actually, when I say it all, first of all, I'll start off the way we were brought up, what we saw going up, the way our parents, the anger of the mother, the father, the frustration of a second wife, third wife, everything, all got that anger in us that we feel they are doing the right thing. We thought they are doing the right thing. We thought that we are learning or we are copying the right thing for them, but we don't know all is wrong.
Thank you.
Not,
Interesting.
not until we start our own journey of life in marriage, then after some years, because I will say for me, when I when I married for the first to the maybe 10 years, I was not a good husband. I was angry all and all, hot temper, use something to stone, eating, But in the gather process, when I began to see that life is not that way, and I began to come closer to the things of God, and I began to understand that I got it the wrong way, and by so doing, I will say that by the help of God, there is nothing you cannot change. And by the help of God, there is nothing you cannot change. And by the help of a good, understanding wife as well, who understand where you are coming for. That is the environment and maybe the way you were brought up. You were not brought up in the right way and in the right manner. So that everything gets you pissed up, everything gets you angry because it gets you rotated because of what you saw in the past. You thought your own what you are saying is right. You don't like try to listen to others. You don't want to take advice from others. By so doing, you get anger in everything that you are doing, and you use it to affect your partner, even to the children. You say it all in your words of speech, which I appreciate, because all what you say is true, and then I've experienced it, and I know you were talking. It's like you were talking to me in my past life. Well, I thank God for today, because I'm not changed. I'm not changed now in the spirit of anger. That spirit of anger is not there the way it used to be. Once in a while it comes, but I try to use the word of God. We say wisdom is the principal thing in order get understanding. Proverbs 4:7, which has helped me a lot. That, as I would say, today I'm a changed man. I'm not that type that used to use something to stone. I remember when we were about to get married, I used the iron to stone my wife, and the mark is still there, which I regret up to today. So many terrible things, so many terrible things that I do when I first got married. But I thank God. I appreciate God, because today we learn. We might say that social media is not helping. It's helping us in many ways. The things we're not seeing where we're growing up, the things that were not there, where we didn't expose to these things where we're growing up. We thought all that our father, our mother were doing is guys, the insult, the use of wrong word, words that they're not supposed to use. We thought it's the right thing. Then when we got married, we want to use that mentality or that way. But of a truth, it doesn't work. Those are the things of old. Because now we are now a new creature. All things have passed away. So my own advice is, anger can never solve anything. It's better two of you come together and talk it off, and try to know the point where each of you is coming from, where you're coming from. That's what you will know that anger don't solve anything. It only bring more pain to your family, even to the children. It will start affecting their mental capacity, everything. Because my daughter was sharing something with me that her friend, why is it every time you come to school it's not happy? Then you get to find out that because of the problem of the father and the mother, then the hands say, Dad, you used to be like this in fact, but this says I see you don't quarrel with mom. That's my first daughter. You don't quarrel with mom anymore because your views change or something. And I let her know that when you start growing in life, there are some certain things you need to let go. If you don't let those things go, it's going to scatter your marriage. That's why you see today, people don't have that patience anymore. The next thing is divorce. You try to understand where this person is coming from. Try to understand what this person has been through, the emotion, what it has been through, so that you will know that this character that this person is possessing, it starts from somewhere. And for you to help that person to build up, you need to encourage that person that you can do it. You can do it. You can change. By so doing, you see a gradual process. You see that person begin to change for bad to good. I pray that God, anybody that see have that spirit of anger, I pray that God visit them, and then let God help them and change therefore good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you go, Kenneth, I'll ask you the same thing I asked you. So, do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way?
Yeah, before I find it hard, but these days I find it easy to express myself. When I see something that is not right, I just say it and walk over it, just overcome it because I know for me not to go back to where I'm coming from. I find it very easy these days to walk over this the spirit. I would call it a spirit of anger because it's not a good thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, these things, I love it when we keep it real. I've had to share my own experience. Nobody's perfect. We have these moments, these things happen, sometimes more deeper than the other times. But over time, we've learned, we've grown, and we're still growing because we can never outgrow this thing. Sometimes you might feel you've even overcome it, and then you don't know what tomorrow would bring that would almost take you back to that place you vowed never to go back to. But then the growth in between will kind of bring you back, and the grace that Sharon talked about will remind you that you're way better than what you're about to do. So that thing will just calm down in you. And it's amazing. It's amazing. The husbands and the wives that walked down the aisle, give them years, 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line, you find out that something has changed. Some things have changed, whether you see it or you don't see it. Because you can't tell me the person that walked down that aisle with you 10, 20 years ago is still the same person, the way they were yesterday, today, forever, when you're not married to Jesus. So it's either they've grown, they're more matured. You find out that the things that they used to carry so hard before now, oh, thank you. Oh, Lumi, thank you. Say good evening. You're welcome. They now, like, they're so chilled. Just I think I shared here that sometimes maybe that thing normally would have taken my husband level 7 and now he's on level 1. I'll be wondering, what has happened? Am I safe? Because you're used to maybe level 7 or level whatever. But you find out that, as my people will say, when you get older, there's certain things, for peace sake, you just let go. Even that anger, you'll not be looking for anger by force just to see show that you get angry, but you find out that, is it worth the trouble? So thank you for sharing. Once upon a time, it was hard, and now it's easier. Becomes easier as we are intentional about it, as we are conscious about it. And I pray that God will continue to strengthen us, because these things are not easy. It's not easy, but it's doable. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for sharing. I'm gonna come to you, Leslie. I don't know. Debbie said the TikTok is throwing her out. What happened? What happened? I guess. Yay. Okay, here by Flaky. Good evening, Debbie. I'm gonna try again and bring you. Let's see, because I'm not sure how I can help right now. Other than I keep trying, and let's see whether they won't throw you out. Why are they throwing my elder out now? TikTok, please now. Let my elder be. Leslie, good evening. Good evening, Leslie. I'm coming to you now. You're the next person in my box. I hope you are good, and I hope you can talk. I see all the all the laughter comments you have been putting there. Let's hear you.
It's funny you're saying about the laughter because my wife and I we were watching something 2 nights ago that made us really like laugh a lot.
Okay.
And it was unusual because the program we were watching is normally like science fiction, but they had this unusual episode where they were doing a musical that made us all laugh. So I think I've been on this thing of just comedic thing. But yes, this is a good topic.
Not tough on us, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm just in that. I think the thing has affected me in just seeing everything from a funny perspective. But it's not a funny matter. I'll leave it there. I think our Bashir has said a lot of things and he exposed some secrets. But the truth of the matter that there is a uniqueness
You'll
to
be
marriage.
all right. Last, you'll be all right.
Yeah, there's a very, very unique, there's a great uniqueness in marriage. Everybody is different. And even, I think even Solomon said that the way of a man with a maiden is something that is hard to comprehend. It just It's just a mystery, and it's very true. You see certain people who get together and you're thinking these two just don't match, and yet within their own world, it works for them. And I think a lot of people in social media sometimes they are trying. They're not. Maybe they think, oh, this woman don't deserve this man, or this man don't deserve this woman. You just don't know what people do in that relationship. You have no idea
Yeah.
what makes that thing tick. You just have no idea.
Oh,
You know, and
thank
that's, I think, is the grace of God. And yeah, and another thing he said I really like is that word acceptance, and it's very true. I think yes, there's a level of luck, but there's also a level of preparation. I'm a big believer in preparation, and if you're prepared, you do the work. I mean, there's a scripture. I think Apostle Paul was telling Timothy, you know, be like the farmer, be like a soldier, be like an athlete. Why? Because all of these three guys, all these three fields require a level of preparation, a level of tenacity, a level of endurance. You know, a soldier recognizes that you're in this thing for a long haul, and it could take your life in the process, but you're in it. You are committed. You signed up, and you're in this thing. You know, a farmer knows that you can't quit just when things get difficult. You gotta keep planting.
Yep.
You gotta keep tilling the ground, because at some point the harvest will come. Might not come immediately, but it will come. You know, and you just gotta keep at it. And I think that's the thing in marriage. You know, you think about people athletes who prepare for the Olympics, like
Yeah.
4 years
You know everything.
before the Olympics, they are in preparation for 4 years before that event. And it's the same thing in marriage. You got to prepare for a lot of things that you want to see happen. It might not happen immediately, but if you prepare for those things, at some point, something will happen, you know, hopefully for the better. But yeah, anger in marriage. I think this is a very good topic. And I think today, I love what Boy Sherry said, and I love what he said about, I'm glad I didn't get married in this time, because people have no patience. I'm sorry. If you don't have patience in marriage, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. If you don't have that level of patience and everything offends you, everything upsets you, anything that somebody says, you know, there's no growing and understanding and say, okay, this is where this person is coming from, and just taking things on, it's not going to work, because the first sign of trouble,
Yeah.
you're out, and that's not a strength. It's not a flex.
At all.
Now, I'm not saying put up with abuse, so I'm not saying that.
That's
But
always a thin
but
line.
the truth of the matter is that everybody's going to respond to things differently. Onto your, I used to hear it a lot. I remember before I got married, I used to hear it a lot. Until you're in this thing, you have no idea, and it's true. When you get into it now, find out, hey, I can't just walk out, because there's a lot of things that now are interconnected with this person, and it's not just that simple. It's just not that simple, you know. So yeah, anger for me in the early days, oh boy, even with our marriage preparation, no, that anger was an issue. And I think it was, I thankfully I had some therapy before I got married, but that was just personal. That had nothing to do with my marriage. That was just because of issues I was seeing, and with my parents' divorce, and I came to a realization that, okay, yeah, there's something with my boarding school and my parents, and there's a key. And thankfully, I had this therapy that lasted for about 6 months. That kind of helped me to unlock that. And part of the things that I learned was that the anger I was experiencing was because of unresolved issues that I'd never really resolved. So that kind of helped me when I got married. That when you're dealing with anger, you have to recognize, okay, where is this coming from, and why am I angry? What's really causing this anger? Because sometimes people are coming into a relationship, a marriage, with a lot of unresolved issues, unresolved. They haven't resolved it, and so they are triggered. I listened to something recently, to a live recently, and the person was like, oh, they had to tell their new boyfriend about things because they were being triggered. And I was like, and I just said, you're not really healed. If this new person is doing things that's triggering you, you're not really healed in this thing, because you're now making them pay for what somebody else did. And you're putting them in a position where they are now having to work on eggshells because, or just in case. That means you haven't really resolved those issues. And the fact that it's still a touch sensitive issue, it hasn't gone away. And I can speak from experience because that was happening to me in our marriage. And I had to work through that. But like I said, because I had therapy, it's pretty much like half of the work was already done in that sense. But the biggest one was for me was not running away. When things got so difficult, I just wanted to just run away because that was how I used to deal with issues. Just run away. And I think I've shared it before that there was a point in my marriage where if we had an argument, I just won't go to the room. But then I watched the program, and I think we both watched the program, and I said, okay, this is not helpful. Separate beds and all that thing is not going to help our marriage. And that was a big revelation. When I saw this program, it really changed my mind. It's a very rare thing for a program to change, but for me, it changed my whole thinking because it was a real life program. This couple were talking about what they went through, and it was a similar pattern of behavior. I just felt, no, I'm not going to go that route anymore, And again, this is years in the marriage. This is probably 8 years into the marriage. So for those people who if the second something goes wrong, I'm out. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because you won't see. I think the privilege of marriage, and for my marriage, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm very grateful that today, where I'm at my marriage, if we didn't persevere, I won't be in this place where we're now enjoying our marriage consistently now on a regular. We've had our trials and tribulations. Trust me. Like I said, the first few years there was a lot of anger, and for me, my mouth was just horrible, and I had to unlearn a lot of things. I remember one of our pastor friends even came, and was telling me things my wife had shared with him, and I had to listen to it. And I was like, oh, this doesn't sound nice. This is not good. I had to listen to him tell me the things I was saying to my wife at the time. I was like, okay, that's not fun. And it's not good. Yes, I'm getting the thing I want about it, but I could also see that the damage was also affecting me in my relationship with her, and as well my relationship with God too. But it took him relaying this thing back to me, and me hearing it firsthand. I'm like, okay, so yeah, but we're now on this side where now we are enjoying our marriage so much more than enduring it. But that's because we've had to overcome. We've had to overcome, and anger is one of them. I mentioned passive aggressive because passive aggressive is quite interesting in that it's not like the explosive rage kind of thing. That one is a different one. That one is like, I won't talk to you for the next 1 week, and I'm going to do everything in a way that I'm not going to talk to you, and I'm going to do things that will annoy you without actually saying a word. I think that's the worst type of.
Were you trained for that? No,
that wasn't me. That was my missus. That was my missus. So, I remember when she began to say, "Okay, this is how I deal with this situation," and it's not really healthy. It's not really healthy. But that again, that's not first year, second year, third year. You're talking about possibly 9 years in.
Wow.
So mine was like quick, yeah. But this is like probably 9 years in. So I'm 18 years. I'm 18 years in it now. This is over 9 years. This is about 9 years ago. Yeah. So, people display anger in different ways. There is the rage one, which everyone's very familiar with, but there's also that quiet, seething one, that one that just goes under the radar, but it does enough things to really wind somebody up. and then when they explode, they're like, oh, what was it? What? And yeah, but yeah, we know what we're doing.
Exactly.
And that's just as bad as well. That's just as bad. But it's something that we've had to unlearn. It's something that we've had to learn new ways of dealing with it. And like I said, for us now, one of the things that's helped us where we spend a lot of time talking. We do a lot of talking about everything, just the children, the things we're dealing with, the things we want to get done, the things we're looking forward to. There's a lot of things we talk about. So when issues do come up, it's not difficult for us to just communicate, unlike before, where it was just on a need to know basis. That's not the situation anymore. You know.
So I guess my second question, you've technically answered it. Do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way now?
I won't say that we are anger free in a sense, but I'll say we're better. It
Okay.
doesn't last as long.
When you
One,
started.
yeah, it doesn't last as long. So if there's an argument, it happens within a day, and I'm serious, it happens within a day. Back in the day, it used to be like 1 week, a week, 3 days, 4 days. I think the longest we had was 2 weeks, and we hated. I remember when we made up, we said, my wife said that I hated that 2 weeks. I think the longest, and we hated it. But when we were doing it to everybody was trying to score the most points.
I know. Oh my God. How we
So
allowed
it's funny I
this?
can laugh about it. In fact, I can laugh about it now, but then
Then it wasn't funny at all.
it wasn't funny then.
No, I
It
will
wasn't
not
funny
agree
then.
for this man. I will not agree for this.
Yeah.
We will see who. So who broke first? Who broke
Who
first?
broke first? I think I sent a text message. I remember she was at work, and I sent a text, and I said that, look, I'm not even praying anymore. We need to just. It was so funny. And then she said, I feel the same way. I think eventually, by the time when she came out to work, finally, this is how I feel. And I said, yeah, but I had to come up first, in it. But
Wow.
yeah. So you get to the point where you begin to mature and you say, okay, that's not effective. We when things are good, we like it good. So can we find ways to make it better? And I think that's another way that has helped us. But yeah, we manage it better. I think we manage it better. And again, arguments don't last long. I don't think we've had an argument that lasted a day. And I'm serious. And I don't take any credit for it. I really thank God for it. We've grown to that point, you know. And I think because we deal with so much out there that we're like, you know what, we need each other to fight these battles that we have been dealing with. Not every day we're fighting battles, but we find it that it's better we are together, and it's better we fight together, and so we might as well make it work for each other. And that's not, we know that a lot of people don't get there. We know that it's not
Yeah.
everybody that gets there. So
Only by
like my
grace.
brother said, yes, there's a grace to it. I won't call it local because
No,
there
no.
is some preparation. I want to say one more thing. COVID-19 lockdown. First few weeks was difficult, but my wife came up with a plan,
I see you.
and she said, I want you to let's all be going out every day for an hour. We just go for a walk for 1 hour.
Together or
That
individually?
together as a family. Yeah. And I'm telling you, for the rest of that lockdown, we never had an argument. We till today we still look back at that time and say,
Kind of bonded.
God did something. Yeah, we bonded on a level, and then we also did a marriage course, a second one in that period as well. I remember the evening, so we'd finish everything, and by 7, 8 in the evening, we'd do a marriage course for 2 hours, and that lasted for about 5 weeks.
Oh, wow.
It was in that period. So for us, it actually bonded us much more in that period of time. We know people who that wasn't the case. We had friends that wasn't the case. So we know it wasn't everybody. We do know that. But for us, it helped us get closer. It really did help us. So
Thank you. Thank you,
yeah,
Leslie.
thank you.
It's amazing that a lot of things can bring anger, which was part of my talk. And Leslie, as we're just talking, forgiveness came. And I just remember this particular scenario for myself. I'm sure I've shared here growing up with my father and all of that. And it took me almost 3 years to forgive this man, my father, because God was dealing with me when it comes to that anger. When you see Fumi, you see anger. Some people say, I can't see. Well, God has had to break me down. So I remembered this particular, my father also is a musician. He plays instrument, especially that bass guitar. And there's this album from my father's album. The front cover was him playing a guitar, like posing. And that is what's on the front cover. And fast forward years after, when I met my husband, we got married. He's also a singer, songwriter. He plays that guitar as well, keyboard, everything. So there was this particular day, just to let you know that, in fact, that scenario reminded me of the unforgiveness I carried and how God helped me through for those years till I knew that anger was gone. So this day, my husband was up stage playing that bass. And I looked up and I just saw, like just looking at him with the bass guitar, I just saw the flash of my father in that posture. And something clicked in me that, for me, imagine if you have not forgiven your dad, that anger, you would have brought it upon this man. And God knows what would have happened in my marriage in those early years. So what am I trying to say? This anger, like I said, it took years. It wasn't easy. Fine, it wasn't for my husband. That anger was my own for my father. If I had not gone through it, that means baggages, those baggages we're talking about, I would have brought it into my marriage, and I would have, be relating to him like he's my father who offended me, who did what, and all of that, brought in that anger. Well, I don't think my marriage will be 26 and a half years with that mindset. So what am I trying to say? There's some baggages, truly, one or two of us have mentioned it, that kind of triggers that anger. And you find out that your spouse will look and check, did I say something wrong? Did I not? Unknown to your spouse is those unresolved anger past whatever that you have not dealt with, now is creeping into your marriage. And your husband was not the one that offended you or that brought about this scenario or this situation, and then you start acting like, oh, they've done one small thing, now they are like that, all of that. So what are we saying here? We need to pay attention to this anger. That's why I said in my talk that you need to acknowledge it. This anger, is this thing that has happened right now that is brought about this anger, or something else entirely that we're in denial of? We don't even want to accept it. But then this person in front of us is a scapegoat. We just unleash everything onto them. These are things you need to talk about with your spouse. In fact, there's so many things I've had to open up and tell my husband. In fact, I thought he was going to run away even and not say, would you marry me or what. But I don't know. When God says this person is for you, they would understand whatever. And like I said, he wanted to go fight my battle. Anyway, that's another story for another day. But we need to be mindful, because sometimes it's not our spouse, is not what is happening right now. There's certain things we have not dealt with that has brought about this anger. Something in this today, in this reality now, has triggered something. I remember that. In fact, I'm having goosebumps just thinking about that scenario. So imagine I would have just put another man's son in unnecessary anger, bondage, prison, just because of one thing they did. He was just playing guitar and serving his God. Imagine. And not knowing that I was thinking something else, battling something else. Maybe I was so ashamed to say, how can you have anger for your own biological, this, that. So a lot of things can bring about this anger. We need to check it. We need to talk about it. Get to the root cause of this anger, especially when it's lingering on and your spouse is trying their best to resolve things or make you feel better. It's not just happening. Then you need to speak up. What is it exactly that has brought this anger on? What is it that maybe your spouse has triggered in you that is not what is happening for you? You have to say this thing. That's why I say open and honest conversation with your spouse. It really goes a long way. And that way they can even help you better, because they have that understanding now and they know that anger is not for them. So they would be more understanding and giving you the right support so you can deal with things, and then healing can start taking place, meaning you're ready to manage that anger or let it go completely. Whatever you need to do, your spouse is there for you as long as you open up to them to let them help you truly and genuinely. So thank you, Leslie. You brought me to that place for whatever reason. Thank you so much. Elder Debbie, you're on, and I hope you'll not be thrown out. Please unmute, let us hear you. And this one, I don't know, your usual say, talk. Sadly, anger and resentment are cousins. Ah, they're related. Family life, come and explain yourself. Send an invite. Let me see if I can find you. Are they? Oh, Woman of Purpose, good evening. So I'm going to bring you up, and Woman of Purpose, let's see. I hope you are good. So Debbie, good evening. Happy Thursday to you.
Good evening, my lady. Good evening, everyone.
So yeah, this is our topic for today, and based on, I'm sure you heard Leslie, one or two other people. I don't know what your take is about that. How can uncontrolled anger affect marriage? How do you think? Even if you are not married, it's something you can, reflect on and see, or you've heard of, people that are married, and you know that it was anger that broke this couple up. Nothing else you will say, So let's share our experiences so that we can help.
The one have seen anger did not break them up. He sent one to the journey of no turning back.
Yay. So we talked about that as well.
So
The
I think
extreme
anger.
anger.
I think anger is an emotion that needs to be dealt with both individually and corporately. Before you marry, when you marry, after you marry, when you are in the marriage, because last, one person will be affected.
Thank
At
you.
the end of the day, one person will be affected. It's either you hurt the other person, or while the other person is trying to defend themselves, they hurt you. So I think it's something we should deal with as individual, as couple. Is something we should help each other to deal with, because at the end of the day, like family life said, anger and resentment, they are family. Oh, they are cousins. You and help me beg TikTok. I don't know what I did to them. Oh.
I don't know. Maybe there's something you have to do with your account that you haven't done.
They locked me out. I just relogged in, and now they are trying to. Anyway,
They should have
but
respect for others, though. TikTok, mind yourself, oh.
unfortunately for them, it's me that still buy my phone. So they can't control what's going to happen on my phone. So, like I was saying, when it comes to anger, it's something we should work on, both individually, corporately, because anger actually ruins good things.
Yeah.
It's not it can ruin it. It ruins good thing before you even start.
Yeah.
So it's best we deal with it early, as soon as we can, as early as we can. Learn to understand who you are dealing with. If you can help them, please help them. If you need professional help, please. Because sometimes, if it's something you know before you marry them, and you know you cannot stand it, maybe you don't marry them from the beginning, but once you are married to that person, you need to find a way to work with them, so that the anger, at least they will be able to they will be able to tame it. If you have not married them and you can't stand it, you can still say, okay, I can't stand it, you don't marry them. That way you won't cause each other trouble. But once you are married to that person, you can work together, work with them, work with a professional with them to solve the problem. Because that thing, they ruin something good.
It
I've
does.
seen people that never comes back from the journey of life.
No return.
Yeah, because of hunger. And I've seen the one that while they are trying to defend themselves from the other party that is angry,
Something else happened.
something has happened. So while we can still avoid it, because let us avoid it. Let's not turn the children that did not beg us to come to this world to parentless, or even what is it called, broken norms. It can be avoided. So if let's avoid it as much as we can. That's all I can say. I'm just here to learn, but TikTok is disturbing me.
It's okay. Thank you, Elder Debbie. Thank you. TikTok, mind yourself. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, it could destroy things before it even takes off. So it has to be managed, it has to be addressed. We cannot brush it under and say, that's how he is, that's how she is. Hey, that is dangerous statement. So let's be mindful. Let's not push things aside. Like we said, if you have to get a professional help to help you deal with things, face it head on and know that this is something you need to address. Otherwise, I don't know the chances of that marriage, lasting. God helping all of us. Thank you so much for your contribution. I'm going to come to family life, and then I'll come to woman of... I don't know if somebody dropped off. Who was that? Somebody dropped off. Okay, Hair by Flaky. Let me try. I hope it's not TikTok that is dropping you too. Please. Good evening, family life. How are you? Happy Thursday. You're welcome to Inside with FunmiRoyal today. Wow, it's been a little while. I hope you're good.
I'm good. Tired. Yeah. I was just when you are on TikTok and then something happens and then you kind of one person you just roll out and then I was actually sleeping, then I just rolled out and I heard like, okay, what's going on there? And the video just rolled on. I was like, okay. And my son was like, Mom, my son was calling my attention for me to give him something. Then at the same time, the kind of your vision, your life just rolled out. I'm like, oh, okay.
Wow, it's good.
That's
I think you rolled in here, so it's all good. Thank you.
good evening, everybody. It was just really
So
interesting.
tell me about this family connection. Family life, cousins.
Yeah. Let's look at it from the most simplest form of things. Yeah,
Okay.
a couple they're together. Something happens. It can be as simple as they left the front light on, left the kitchen light on, like my children do in the house here all night. Last person goes to the kitchen, forgets to turn the light off, and then one person will say, "Oh, you forgot the light on." Oh, you forgot the light on. Yeah. Oh, sorry that I forgot the light on. That one has passed. Second time, you left the light on again. So that you forgot the light again. Don't mind me. But you can't be leaving the lights on like this. Okay, sorry. Third time again, you leave the lights on. You see that it's gone one notch higher. This person, this sweetheart of yours is gonna come and say that third time now we've gone a notch higher. You can't be leaving the lights on like this and you're doing sorry all the time. Now this person who is leaving these lights on, are you making any attempt to switch the lights off? Or should we continue to switch it off after you and keep on with your sorries? Because it might look like we're looking at it as it's just lights that are getting left on. You'll be surprised how these lights that are getting left on can become a fundamental thing in that marriage if it's not handled. You have the people who will be of the school of thought to say, well, is this person witness? Just be patient and just be switching the lights off behind them. What happens to the day when you sleep and you forget? That means lights have been left on all night, isn't it? And if you're in the houses where people have one of those fancy bulbs, that's electricity winding down. It's going to add up eventually, isn't it?
10 hours, yeah.
Yeah. So in this situation, I'm again throwing this out there to us. You have the people who will say, hey, keep peace, just switch the light off, it's just light. And you have the ones who will say, but the person who is forgetting the lights on has to remind themselves, have to take account to not leave those lights on. Yes, your partner can support you. Maybe if you to leave it on the once in a while, they'll turn it off after you. Maybe if they went downstairs. What if they were upstairs and they slept? It means those lights will sleep on. So what happens eventually? So now take lights and put it down to forgetting the door, the front door open, not locking it, to forgetting the car, to losing keys. We can give from simple to major, to forgetting to give the child's medication. At what point does one person take that person, the perpetrator, let me call it, at what point does a perpetrator take responsibility for themselves? Do we say put on some reminders in your phone? Do we say, I don't know, put some things in place to help you not to leave that lights on, to help you not to forget medication? Or are we going to pass the baton and say, well, you married the person, you're their helpmate, you need to try and pick up after them and try and help them? This is a typical case of how things will either work, as in adjust and be repaired, or completely go downhill over time. I would say some of these problems that we find in marriage are things that if we did proper courtship, if we did our homework from the start, we would know, because conflict shows differences in personality. Conflict will also show you people's resolution styles, as in when there's conflict, how do people resolve things? Are these people who go, is this somebody who is able to negotiate? Is this somebody who wants to do the high road or my way or the highway? You need to start looking at some of these things when you're in relationships with people. When there's conflict, when there's a disagreement, when we don't agree, because it's bound to happen. How do you manage it how does he and how does she manage it? Is it a question of, well, I've said it and that's it? Or is it a question of how can we walk around it? What do we do? You need to start identifying those things once you're in a relationship before we go down that path. Because these are things that come around. These are things that come around and haunt us down the line. Like I said, it can be from like bulbs, like I've said, to sometimes more severe cases, medication. Children with additional needs, children you take medication, and if you have one person who's nonchalant, they go and give them an overdose. You know what's going to happen. Personality types, people's communication styles. Instead of going around looking for six packs and flat chest and whatever, what is their communication style?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
What is their communication style? Can this person talk? Is this person a gentle lion? Is this person a millipede? You know, the ones who go very slowly and you can't see them coming? I would say I'd rather somebody who talks every time, any day. You see quiet people? You see, no offense to anybody who's a quiet person.
You type anyone, but I mean, we get you.
You see quiet people, you cannot see them coming. Look, if you have somebody who talks, a spouse, whether it's a man or woman who can express themselves, count yourself lucky. Because one of the most dangerous kind of people in this world are people who cannot express themselves, people who don't talk, you don't see them coming. You only hear the explosion, you will not see them coming.
True.
So, how is this person's communication styles? How do they communicate? How do they resolve conflict? What is their personality like? Are they people who are outgoing? Are they quiet? Are they with some people can look quiet, but they can express themselves. They can actually talk. Some people they're happy to take the back seat, but they can also talk. But these are things that you need to work out between yourselves. Who is who?
Family life. Somebody said, but some talk you to anger now.
Yes, I get. There's always extremes in it, and extremes it's never good to be in any extreme, whether on the talkative extreme or on the quiet extreme.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm trying to say is that with a person who talks, at least you have an opportunity to express yourself. They will tell you. And most people who talk is that it's almost like it's a bank. Once they are talking, it's coming out. They're not keeping it in. That's the thing. It's a form of expression. For people to be healthy, whether as individuals or whether in a relationship, there must be healthy ways of expressing yourself. Healthy, you have to be able to express yourself. If you don't express yourself,
family life is my second question. Like, do you find it hard or easy to express anger in a healthy way?
oh yes, because anger, like sadness, is an emotion. You're happy, you're sad, you're excited, you're disappointed. Those are all valid emotions.
Yeah.
But what do you do in the face of this emotion when you're going through it? What do you do? That's what makes it bad or good.
Yeah.
Some people can say, I'm so excited, I've got a new job, and you go and drink yourself to stupor. That's the negative side of it. So anger is, I will be surprised if somebody says, I never get angry. I'll be surprised. So these are all valid emotions. We're not saying they're not valid. Something will happen and you feel, but what do you do when you're angry? What do you do with that emotion? You hit people, you slam doors. What do you do? That's what we need to establish. So we're not saying the emotion is bad. No. You can be angry, you can be sad. These are all valid emotions because at the end of the day, we're human beings. Nobody is plywood here. So you have these feelings, but what do you do with them? If you're angry, are you able to calm yourself down? Are you able to redirect, for example? Are you able to talk about it? Sometimes you can be angry, especially in marriage, when it's just a question of perspective. Or this is what you said, and you're angry. No, this is not what I said. This is what I meant. Maybe this is what you heard me say, but no, this is what I meant.
Understanding.
But you have the opportunity to because look, put it this way, guys. You're with somebody, and have you ever? I'm praying that nobody is in that position where you're just in the house walking on eggshells. You're not sure what you've done, and you're telling somebody, "Please, I'm sorry. Did I do something?" No. But you know that the energy you put, things are not flowing. Did I do something? You're begging for the person to tell you what is it that, because you can feel that you are not flowing, but you don't have any idea what has happened. So you are saying sorry for today, sorry for tomorrow, sorry for the other tomorrow, because you don't even know what's happened. And then somebody will tell you, well, this is what you did in 2024 or 2020. I'm like, what? We're in 2025. I don't even remember what happened yesterday. How am I supposed to remember what happened in 2024? So you've been keeping it for how many years?
My goodness.
Because the thing is that it's not even fair to the other party. Because sometimes, imagine if it was a misconception. I may not even remember the facts of how it actually happened, but you're holding it against me without even giving me the opportunity
I
to
don't remember
express
this.
myself. Exactly. You don't give me the opportunity to vindicate myself, to say, okay, no, this is what I said, or maybe this is what I meant. But you're holding on to it. And then it becomes something else. Then it becomes transfer aggression. Then it just builds and builds and builds. And then we start hearing things that it is breaking news, scandal. But it all boils down to, when something happens, are you in a position to talk about it? To say, this thing that has happened, please, this is how it makes me feel. Can we not do it again? Or can we do it better? Are you able to talk about it? Or do you sweep it under the carpet? Or are you the one where if your spouse wants to try and talk about it, you shut them down? That's the worst one. Somebody is trying to express that this is how I feel. I don't like this thing. And you tell them, must you talk? Must you talk?
Get over it.
You're
You're
not
too
the only one.
dramatic.
That is the one that you're just setting yourself
Oh
in.
my goodness.
You are setting it is boiling and coming. It is waiting for you. That one is, it is boiling and coming. When somebody wants to express themselves, you shut them down. You undermine. Oh no, must you talk? Oh, it's not a big deal. You have to everything. You make everything a big deal. No, we can't be doing that. The person has even tried to express themselves, and you are telling the person how they are making a big deal out of everything. They are blowing it out of proportion, or you gaslight them.
Need anger, definitely.
It just builds. It just builds. When it will come out, I say it will be explosion that we'll hear on the news, BBC. That's what we're trying to avoid here. But again, to summarize, when we start dating these people, it's about how does this person communicate. Imagine that 60% of divorces is down to communication. Guys, I'll say that again. 60% of divorces is down to either failing to communicate or assumption. There's something around communication. That means if we can get that communication right, we understand our personalities, we understand our communication styles, we understand our love language, we're able to express ourselves. Keyword, able to express yourself. Don't date somebody, don't marry people who don't know how to express themselves, whether that is based off from trauma, based off on whatever, but if they're not able to identify that block in their lives and work on it, please don't marry them. Because you get into trouble. You will get into trouble that you'll not be able to manage. If there's a block, I'm not saying that people who have got some bad experiences, trauma, nobody should marry them. But I'm saying that the person should be able to understand that, okay, I have a block. This thing that I'm doing is not the norm. I want to try and work to improve themselves on that area. But if there's denial, if they're saying, this is me, who I am, accept me for who I am, sister, brother, be running. Because you don't want to sign up for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I mentioned that earlier because I'll say to you, a broken courtship is better than a broken marriage. Some people, they will leave this person, go to this person, go to that person, not knowing that there's so much anger they need to deal with themselves. and they just keep carrying the garbage or baggage from one person to another like that. And then before you know, at certain age, where some of their mates have not even had one husband or one wife, they have been married 3 4 times, and you'll be wondering, and something must click in that person, like all these people you're getting married to, probably they don't have that issue. Maybe it's you that needs to identify certain things you need to work on or deal with, and it could be this anger. Some people, my goodness, in fact, anger, it's a demon. That's what I will put it, because the dangers, the havoc it creates in a home, in a family, my goodness, we just have to be on top of things. Otherwise, how else are we going to enjoy this life, really? God helping us, because it's hard sometimes, especially when people are in denial that this emotion is taking a better part of them. They're in denial, they can't face it. Their spouse has said years and years, you need to go and do something about this, your anger problem. Fine, they have not started hitting or something, but you know when they're extreme, it's like you almost think they are aliens. The way their body posture, their everything, it'll be like, what's the matter with this person? And then you start scaring your spouse. God help you, children are in that marriage. You start scaring the children. Once they hear you're back, everybody will run helter skelter. We need to be mindful. It's not a good thing. If it's building your pride or your ego, please, it's not a good thing to build oneself with. And like I always say, I pray that God will help each and every one, because His grace is more than sufficient. Thank you so much, Family Life, for sharing that. Woman of Purpose, you're there. Okay, Elder Debbie, I don't know. I've tried to bring you back. The thing is not bringing back. So, okay, let me accept and see whether it will let you. Woman of Purpose, good evening. Hair by Flaky, you dropped off as well. I hope it's not TikTok. I hope you are good. Happy Thursday. Good to see you.
Happy Thursday. I was sleeping and I woke up and then Debbie's thing came up on my phone. I was like, oh, I forgot that you're on today's Thursday. Week is just flying by. Yeah.
Oh, God, at least people are rolling in here, jumping in here,
Jumping out, jumping in.
all sorts. As long as you're in here, that's what matters. So, good evening. Welcome. I hope you're good.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Yeah. Well, anger. Phew. No good, no good. It's not a good emotion to have, but like it's been said, I'm sure you know you lot have talked about the different triggers and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, it starts, I think, in sometimes the people like in childhood they weren't allowed to express their issues or their traumas, and then they grow up and they become adults and they feel like, in their marriage they can let that emotion out. Because I always think that people that do that, how is it that they can function in other settings quite well without without blowing their casket and being easily triggered, but yet like in the marriage or in the home they feel like it's okay and it's not acceptable. I think it's definitely not acceptable in any situation. And I like what I think was a family the last lady said about we need to check it, and it's definitely we need to check it even when we start seeing in our children. It's like when she was talking about the light thing, it was funny because I was thinking it's like it's the same thing that goes on in my house. Like one person will leave the light on, and the other person will come, why have you left the light on? I'm like, okay, don't talk to him, like don't talk, calm down. Let's or the toilet seat or something, it's like constant, and you're like trying to manage everybody's emotions because they're triggered by somebody doing something. You're like, but then it's okay. You can just tell them in a nice way. But like you said, we have to address it, because if we don't address it when the person's young, it's like basically we're just enabling and allowing them to grow. And as they grow up, they can learn to mask it and bring it out. Yeah, they mask it and they know when to bring it, because they know society is not going to accept it. They know society is not going to accept it. So they know to mask it, but sometimes they will, bring it out in where they feel like they can get away with it. And I think that's what it is. It's that kind of behavior where people feel like, what, I can be angry, I can hit things, I can break things, and they're not willing to address it. Like you're like, that's not normal behavior. Oh, but I didn't hit you. Yeah, but you didn't hit the person, but you hit other things, and that's not normal. You shouldn't be hitting things, and you shouldn't be screaming and shouting, yelling to the point, like sometimes, maybe sometimes when you hear these kind of things, neighbors will call police and things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not nice. It's not a good environment for anybody to live in. It's a very toxic environment.
Yes.
But the difficulty is when people don't want to accept the help, or see there's a problem. And the thing with life is, you can you can tell somebody there's an issue and they need to address it as much as you want, but until they accept that there's a problem,
They say you can take your horse to the stream, but you can't force it to drink.
yeah, you can't force it. And the only thing you can try and do sometimes is, obviously, if it gets to a point where the safeguarding issues, you got to think about yourself and the children, but you can't let it be. I just would not like to think of anyone living in that. I know people do, but it's not good. It's not good mentally. How do you function? When you feel like you're on eggshells in the home, you're tiptoeing. You can't even just sit down and have a decent conversation with somebody without them flaring up and gaslighting you and turning the whole issue to you. There's a level of acceptance that sometimes we learn certain things. We all understand sometimes we learn things, but we can, like you always say, we can unlearn things that we've learned through watching our parents do, or whoever around us, or being told that it's okay. But we can unlearn it when we realize that it's not right. It's not making the home happy. Your spouse is not happy, the children are not happy. You want to come home and everybody's happy to see you. Not like you said, not everyone's scattering and running away and all of a sudden when you come home the whole house is quiet. But when you're not there, everyone's partying and having
I
fun.
know. I mean, that's not life.
It's not life. It's not life, but that's the reality some people live in, unfortunately. But I feel like as adults we know that it's not right, because we will not display this kind of emotions at work in front of other people. We will not do it. So I feel like people sometimes they know to control it. So therefore, if you're able to control it, then you know that there's something not quite right there, and be mature about it and seek help. There's help out there, because sometimes these things are coming from it's buried trauma deep down, and it sometimes comes out of fear, insecurity, comes out of different places. It has different region and different triggers, and there's nothing, if you feel insecure, something, but you're just address it. These emotions are normal. We all go through these emotions. So let's learn how to manage it in the right way. None of us can say, oh, we never get angry. Some of us are just good at just, not resentment, but we're good at just counting down and leaving the room and exiting before the flare up starts. But we know that's the best way, because if you can't control yourself, it's best you take yourself out of a situation. There's no point you losing control. I think that's the thing. It's self-control. You have to learn, to have self-control as children of God. If you believe in God, one of the things of the fruits of the spirit is self-control. Pray for it. Ask God for gentleness. Ask God to teach you to be, to have that self-control. And it starts with acknowledging there's a problem, that you're not able to do it, and that's what you want him to cultivate in you. Seek help elsewhere. Someone you can trust. Say, I don't understand why I feel like that, because sometimes some people, they don't understand. They know they get angry, but they don't even understand what even triggers the anger. Because they go into that, what they call red mist, where they don't see anything. It's only after it's happened and they come out of it.
Yeah,
and then
they'll be like, did I do this?
Yeah, it's like, and to be honest with you, it's real. It happens to people. They lose themselves completely, and it's like it could have been a little iceberg or tipping of something and just tipped them over, and the reaction is just not proportional to anything. But yet, it's happened, and then they're like, how did I do that? And then if you're not able to control it, it starts spilling out of the home. You can get yourself in so much trouble out there in the world, because other people are not going to just take it. You can go get angry at somebody and they might come back at you. So, and you can lose your job. You can lose all kinds of, it's just, you need to limit the damage that it can cause when it's not addressed. So, we all know that it's not a good emotion, and we have to learn to manage it the best way we can. Yeah.
Thank you, woman of God. However, do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way?
Sorry, I got a phone call come through. I didn't hear what you said. Go on.
I said, thanks for your comment. I said, do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way?
Anger and do you know what? The thing with me is I think because I've grown up seeing the negative side of anger, that is one of the emotions that I despise the most because I can see the damage that it does and it ruins relationships. And it gets to a point where it's unrepairable because you yourself, the person is the perpetrator, feel sorry for doing what they did, but then sometimes even they can't even forgive themselves because, like I said, they lost control. And then it's like the damage you've done to the other person as well when they kept telling you to address it. So for me, I've seen that in so many different ways that I have come almost like my coping strategy is like I can get angry inside, but I'll just let it sit. And like I told you, I'll just walk away. That's my thing. Let me walk away and I'll calm down. And when my own mist has, settled down, because we have to allow the mist to settle. Don't try and talk to me when I'm in that mist because that's not gonna help anybody. Just let me calm down. And then once I've calmed down, I can actually sit there logically, articulate my viewpoint and not get into an argument. But in that first instance, I need to have that time off. But I don't get triggered. I'm sort of person, I think, when someone talk about resentment and stuff, not like resentment, but I can let things fester because I've realized in this world, you know what? We can come so sensitive to everything that we can complain, get hung up about so many things. And I think it might be also to do with age. As you get older, you realize that in certain things, you got to protect your own peace. You can't let too many things get in your way. And there's a way to do it. It's not always that you have to address everything instantly. Sometimes you have to just wait for the dust to settle. So for me, I have that approach where you can trigger me and I'll calm down, I'll walk away, I'll leave it alone. I'll call somebody and talk to them. If I'm able to talk to somebody, I'll call somebody and be like, this is what happened. And then they'll just, I'll just talk it out, feel better about it, And then together with them, be like, okay, maybe, when you tomorrow or whatever, speak to the person, call them, and then, talk about it. And my friends, we're like that, we'll call each other, this person's stressing me out or whatever. And then we'll calm each other down and we'll give each other support, like emotional support in the first instance. I think you need to have someone to kind of let off steam.
A venting partner.
Yeah, exactly. It's
somebody
needed. Everybody.
That if I'm angry, I know who to call. If I need this, I know who to call. If I do this, if you're blessed like that, well, good luck.
Yeah, you need to have a venting partner because I think if you don't vent, like somebody said earlier, if you don't vent it, it builds up, and you think you think you've dealt with it, but you haven't. You just buried it, and then, like you said, something else will just happen, and out of nowhere, you're just gonna just lose it, and it's all that bury. Pandora box, as they say, just comes open, and boom, everything explodes. And you did this to me in 1964, and you did this to me in 2001, and you start reading people's rights and their wrongs.
Wow, the way they'll bring the dates, I'm like, for real.
But that's because they did not deal with it. They just buried it and said, "You know what? I'm gonna bury it. I'll open it up another time." And that's what happened. Another time came, and you unleashed it. So we have to deal with issues. We have to avoid, like you said, we have to avoid burying stuff. And I always try to come from this place that I always try to see things like when somebody is doing something, I was trying to tell myself, I don't think it's personal. I try to take that that emotion thing out of it. Because I think sometimes when people get triggered, they feel like you're personally attacking them, you're personally doing something to them. But with me, it's like, I just be like, this person is just angry, they're upset. Maybe they didn't sleep well last night. Maybe they missed their breakfast. Maybe they did this. I'll try and give myself some... and then that calms me down, that I don't react, because I'm like, I come from a place of compassion rather than trying to, Yeah, am I there? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the way I manage myself. I think I've developed coping strategies. It might be my job as well. I guess you learn these things. So, I think it's just the best way to do it. Just speak, address issues, don't let it bury, and find your own coping strategies. Talk to other people if you have to. Get support. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's amazing. These things has to be addressed. Remember, I read the Bible to us. It say for you to be angry, it's a justified emotion, but what you now do with that anger is what really, really matters. I found out that a lot of people in marriage, they just take it for granted. Oh, this person will always be there. They should be able to. I'm reading what you wrote here. Family Life said a manager in McDonald's US was unalived yesterday by a colleague because she's been bullying her. You can imagine. It's like they couldn't take it anymore. They should have addressed it the first time it happened, but maybe because of shame or because of lack of confidence or whatever it may be, they didn't. And now it's gotten to a point where it's like, and I bet this person, when when they're taken away, I hope they've caught up with them. If they ask them, you did
Fumi, this was at work. Apparently, she's got videos she's been recording of the manager bullying her. This happened at work. And this woman is a woman with 6 children, the one that was unalived.
My goodness.
This is when things spill out, isn't it? It spills out into other areas.
It wasn't addressed the very first time these things occurred. They left it. The person being bullied did not. Of course, this manager will have a manager. They will have HR or whatever. It's McDonald's, for crying out loud. They have procedures in place, but it could be that because of shame or they're afraid they will lose their job, they're afraid they might not be believed or what. And then this thing is piling up. God knows how long this has gone on for. One day is like that person, something just clicked in their brain. I can't take this anymore. And whatever they did, they did. But should we let it get to that point? That's why we're now, bringing back to a marriage. You're in each other's lives for life. These things, you cannot push it aside. You're in that marriage relationship for life. So the earlier you started talking about things, the better. Like I say, you marry each other, you're still growing. Even though you're an adult, you're growing, you're developing, you're maturing. Sometimes the level of growth might not be the same. Sometimes what you're thinking about your spouse in your head that they should be or how they should be, the reality is different, like Seun said, and you just find out that there's conflict in your mind, there's conflict in the home, and one time you just explode, and this person will be wondering, and they thinking life is good with you, they're okay and all of that. Oh no, you haven't dealt with things. The moment things are piling, keeps piling, one day you're going to explode. And what will even trigger you might be nothing, I'm telling you. So the moment you start feeling that anger, before it even gets to resentment, talk about it with your spouse. If your spouse is one that has done whatever to you, you still have to address it. That's why I said we should mind how we communicate. It's not like you not sit them down. In fact, forever since you've been. No, I feel address that particular incident. Just like some of us have been saying, you now bring incident of 1940, 1960 and all of that, and you're supposed to be wondering, I thought we dealt with that. What is the matter right now? Let's deal with this one. Don't lump things. Don't say you've always, and most of us are guilty of this. Just say you've always, no, just say I feel hurt by what happened yesterday. Address that particular thing. And God helping you, if the 1940 situation is still there in your heart, you still have to find time to express that to your spouse so that they can't rewind time, but they can address it. Oh my goodness, 1940, I'm so sorry that this happened. Address it. You'll be amazed that your spouse cannot even remember a thing that happened in 1940. And yet it's still so sore in your heart. You just be bottling things, allowing it to fester, and everything. You're now responding anger, and all of that. Let's be coming down like this. Speak about things. If you feel it's going to be too much, if you feel your spouse is not ready, that's why I would say get professional help if you must. Because these things, it does happen. That's why you have these professional people there. You have counselors, therapists, all sorts. And there's so many kinds of therapy you can go to. You'll be amazed. Like for me, for example, I practice person-centered. I use TBT, what do you call it now? Existential. Depending on what you're bringing on, there's always a therapy for it. And that's why it's good. Don't think, sometimes you can't handle things by yourself. And even in that marriage relationship with your spouse might even be too deep for both of you to attend to even want to handle it yourself. Sometimes, if you're people of faith, you might have to go to the elder in your church or the pastor in your church or whoever that you know is supreme. If you're more of a spiritual couple, you might have to seek spiritual help. If it's that, go and get a therapeutic help. Don't be ashamed about it, because, like we said, God's intention is this marriage is till death do you part or till Christ will come. Whichever one is, comes first. This person you're supposed to spend the rest of your life with, you're going to annoy each other. You're going to love each other. You're going to not understand each other. You're going to have conflict. You're going to have disagreement. They would anger you. You will anger them. But managing those things and pulling through together is what makes us enjoy the goodness of marriage. And sometimes, we cannot open ourselves unnecessarily. The person that is bringing that anger to you, you have not even addressed things with them. You're now taking it to maybe a third party, and the third party will take advantage of that, whether man or woman, either way it works. And then before you realize, you're even damaging that marriage relationship some more, just because you're not managing things right or you're not handling things the right way. You have issues with your spouse, try speaking with them first. And like we say, to be on the safer side, if you don't feel you have anyone you can trust enough to open up to and bring them in or whatever, seek professional help. At least this help, they don't know you from anywhere. The moment you finish your sessions, you're gone. They're gone. Nobody sees it. You might not even see each other ever again. So nobody's going to be putting your business out there or whatever it is. So seek professional help if you do need it. And mind you, every home, I believe so, as much as possible, they've got children. Each child represents a generation. What are we passing to each generation in our hands? Have you ever thought of it that way? Are you passing on this anger, aggressiveness to them? Or you're passing on to them how to manage it? Anger will come, but manage it well. Because whatever we're doing, we're indirectly or directly passing on to that next generation. And that's why you see what the society has become today. That means what has been passed on really has not been too good. And that's why we see people 2 months into marriage, they're breaking up. They can't hack it anymore. The anger is too much. No, I didn't see this. No. All those things, it matters. And then at age 34, 35, you're in the third marriage. And I'm sure that is not God's intention for us. We have to learn to grow. We have to learn to deal with things. We cannot live in denial for life. It's not possible. Otherwise, we will not enjoy life. It's amazing. It's amazing. Flaky, I'm going to come to you here by Flaky. We want to hear from you of if there's any question. I think I remembered you asked one or two questions the other time. I don't know if it's a question you have or if it's a contribution, because we're talking about anger in marriage. And a lot of us, almost every other person in the box have shared their experiences. I've said one or two things as well, which I'm sure you're privy to have heard. So I don't know what your take is, what you want to, what your submission is really. Let's hear from you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes, I can't really say much. It's because I'm at work.
Oh, okay.
So, but I'll just brief a little bit.
Okay.
But what I'm going to say about anger in marriage is, like I said earlier, family is the roots of anger in marriage a lot. Because I heard what is he Leslie?
Leslie.
Yes, Leslie, yeah. So I heard what he said about when his family, his dad and the mom got divorced as well. And he took that in and actually say, okay, this is what is going to work for my family. I really, really respect that. But if a lot of people, if a lot of people can do that in marriage, trust me, marriage will sustain. It will, it will last long. And another thing is family background in marriage. In marriage, it takes a long way. Because sometimes when the person is coming from a bad background, in the sense that the dad or the mom has anger issues, and then the legacy carry on, and then the person is just a church goer, but not actually having, the not actually having the fear of God in their mind. They're just going to be taking it in and not actually practicing, what is being preached about. And like what you said earlier on as well, that they watched something and then he took that as an example, and he started using that a lot in his life and in his marriage, and now they're laughing about it. It takes the grace of God to have the fear of God in you, and actually, taking time, because whatever legacy you give now, you're passing it on to your children. And you might not know that, but your children are following your footsteps. So I would just like to say, for people, many people, and in this day and age, well, I'll say African men, sometimes they need to go for therapy. But like I'll give an example of one of my friend that her husband have anger issue, and so when they talked to the family said he doesn't have anger issue. He doesn't need to go for therapy. Yes, it doesn't need to go for therapy. And then they're thinking, oh, what do you mean? Does that mean that person is mad?
Oh, goodness.
Yes, so they don't see that that person needs
Yeah, maybe culture
therapy.
plays, the culture
Yes,
plays a role.
yes. So
Men,
they're not actually helping that person. They just want that person to stay in that, and then that typical culture, and then I don't know how to bring it. So
yeah.
that typical culture thing, not actually helping the man sort out the family problem, and then like you said earlier on, when you talk about the third party, when the third party, instead of trying to help that person resolve the matter in marriage, they're actually making that marriage break down.
So it's very
Yeah.
crucial for
So,
the third
and
party.
it actually happened to my friend. Our marriage broke down through the family.
Wow.
Yes. So, thank you for sharing about the anger, and everyone. Thank you so much. It's always good that people go for therapy, and then nobody wishes any marriage to break down, but this program is good. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you,
thank
everyone.
you. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I don't know, maybe we need to conduct a research study why African men find therapy hard or not their cup of tea. I don't know how we're going to coin the theme.
Me
Family
pride.
life, help me.
For me, pride, ego, me, pride, ego. That's the only thing. To an extent, there's a bit of a cultural thing in there. Again,
Yeah.
that element of expressing, not being able to express yourselves, withholding emotion, or doing strong. You have to be
Men are
strong. You
not
have to be
supposed to
strong.
cry.
Yes,
Men
you
are
have
not
to be
supposed
strong.
to show emotion. What's all
So,
that?
so that way, not only do they not even know how to express themselves, they don't know how to express themselves.
Women need therapy. Women, I don't think our women shy away from therapy. It's our men we're even concerned about.
They don't know how to express themselves. That's the first thing. And
Yeah.
then they they're not supposed to express themselves, and then they don't know how to express themselves. Can you imagine them two things put together?
Sorry, family life. A woman of purpose. Say therapy is new to them, a Western ideology. But I beg to differ. These things, because we name it now, therapies, da. Back in the day, in the village, they go to the elders in their
Exactly.
community.
When there's
Those people will
conflict.
counsel
Yeah.
them
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
share their own experiences back in the day in the village where there's no electricity. It's always been. But as the world advances, we are calling them therapists or whatever, and people go to do this professionally and what have you. It's always been there.
I
It's
sorry,
always been
yeah.
there.
sorry, I don't want to cut in, but yeah, I agree that it's always been there in different forms. But when you're talking about you going to see a stranger, when you're talking about that thing, that's our way of doing it. That's that way. But to go and see a stranger who you don't know, it's not known to them. Women, we do our own therapy by talking to one another. Our mothers, our sisters, we've been doing it. It's how we do it. But for
But
them,
you
Thank
know
you
that is
very
even
much.
a danger. That is even a danger to itself, because now back in the village now, this man will not go to those elders because they don't want the elders to know their business.
But for
But,
me,
but,
you know
but
the
fundamentally, men and women are different.
yes,
We are
I was
We
going
very,
talked
to
very
say,
about that.
different. We can't say, and I said this earlier when I was just talking about anger generally. People are different. What works for you might not work for me, and everybody's background is different. Some people are very. I'll give you an example. My two boys are very different. One is very outgoing. The other one likes being by himself. The way I'm going to handle the outgoing one is very different from the way I'm going to handle the quiet one. Women are very, very social. Women can set up
Oh,
girls' night out and go and chill out. Men
God.
hardly do that. We're built different. And men generally handle their issues in a very, very quiet way. That's one of the reasons why there are more suicide
The
with
men.
men in general.
Yeah.
And I'd like to add to the fact that, and this is not having issues with women in general, women have more support systems than men. They generally do. The government support women more. Family support women
Maybe in this
more.
side of the world, though, maybe.
Well, let's talk about this side of the world. Women
Okay.
generally have more support system. Before you see a homeless woman, you've seen like 10 homeless men. So my problem is we can't look at it from
Mine, I
the
see you.
same lens. They're completely different issues. If a woman is homeless and she has a daughter, council are more likely to give her a house than a man that doesn't have a house. So I'm not saying that therapy is bad. I'll never say that. But I don't think it is fair to just say men should go to therapy. We expect, just like men's roles are different from women's roles, we have different things that we attend to, but more importantly, we're built different.
Men do go therapy, you know.
I know they do, but I'm just saying that it's not just a case of just saying, why don't men go? Men prefer, for example, and I'll use myself for example, if I have an issue, I will do everything in my power first to handle it before I even bring it up with a father figure. And I know I'm not the only person saying this as a man. We're just built like that. Now I'm talking about responsible men. Of course, there are silly men and all that, but let's just talk about responsible men. We prefer handling our business by ourselves because we feel a sense of value when we provide and we solve problems.
But there's a problem, Sheon. That's the problem your spouse is complaining about. And it's lingered on for so many years, and they feel you need professional help to help you move past that stage, or you want to handle your thing yourself. And this person is holding on, and they might just explode because they're running thin on patience and what have you. How long is your spouse going to wait for you to figure it out?
She
When
will
it's
have to,
actually
she will have to wait till the time comes. I'll give you another example. I know somebody that she is so close to her family and her siblings. Anything that happens in the house, the mother and the sister knows before you say Jack Robinson. And the husband has made it clear that what happens in our family should stay in our family. But that is the way she is built. And it's a case of eventually, I hope she'll come to the realization that
There are just some things that should just be handled between you and your spouse. But she's so close to her mother because I think her dad is late and her siblings. She's built that way. And I've told the person, the husband, Chairman, you're just going to have to manage and live with it and hope that eventually, she will realize that some things are just meant for the two of you.
Thank you.
So I'm giving this example just to show you the other side, that in as much as men have things that, yes, therapy can solve, there are things that women as well need to solve as well. But we're built different. I think ultimately that's what I just want to, get across.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. We're not doubting that. I mean, I've said that here a million and one times. We're built differently. We handle things differently. But alongside that, we said even culture kind of plays a role in it, because I see no reason why a man would want to cry. You've lost somebody dear to you. You want to cry, and this society or culture is telling you, suck it up. Be a man. Don't cry. Why? What for? Let the tears out so you can feel better. Little things like that, but it goes a long way. And some
Sorry, hostess, I want to add to that, please.
Yeah, please. Okay, you're a man.
Yeah, because I hear what Bashir is saying, but again, I've said it many times that it's either we adjust and adapt, or we're going to continue in an outdated syllabus, which our wonderful Barashine coined very well. It's an outdated system. Why? And there's two reasons why I think that it's not entirely true, especially for if you are a man below 55 below now. I'll say maybe 50 below. I'm going to be generous. I'll say 50 below. Especially if you're a child of the 80s coming up and we are going with technology now, I would say that men do need therapy.
Men don't cry.
I would say that we need therapy more because of the things we're dealing with now and the complexities of what we're dealing with today. Education and technology are the two biggest drivers of change in terms of women coming into the workforce. And if a lot of men don't understand those two major drivers of change in our world today, you're just going to keep operating from this very outdated system of we got to do this. Going to therapy is just like going for coaching. I always use money as a great example. I use money. When you're in the business world, we go for consultations, we go for counseling, we go to people to go and find out to help us to do either as a loan, financial help, whatever it is, we go and get that help. The problem is we don't translate that to emotional development because we spend, especially a lot of men, we heighten our level for financial and provision. And so we do that at the expense of emotional maturity. And that's why you see, this is why I tell people every time when they go for the money, is that you're dealing with a person who hasn't engaged that aspect of their being. It's not engaged. It's there. It's just not, it just hasn't been prioritized. And when they get into a marriage situation, now they are forced, they're literally forced to deal with that aspect of their being. And if they don't have any form of therapy to understand what they're dealing with, they're going to try and apply something that is a strength to them in one world, but it's not going to work. It's just not going to, it's not going to work. It's not going to work at all. And that for me, something I had to learn. I had to go for therapy. Like I said, before I met my wife, I had to go to therapy because I got to a point where I could see there were things from my childhood. And I think I was actually advised though. And it wasn't a one time advice. It took a while before I finally said, okay, let me go and see this therapist. I think I was probably about 25 then, 25, 26 then. And I went. And it was an eye-opener because it made me realize that, hey, the things that I experienced as a child had a major effect on my emotions. Part of it was that I struggled to show empathy. And it was because they were damaged. I learned from that. that it was because it was damaged. And I actually know when it happened. Once when my father was, this was maybe 86, that was the first time. But the second was in the 90s in boarding school, where I got to a point where I couldn't cry anymore because I had been so disciplined to the point where I couldn't show emotion again. And that was a coping mechanism in school so that they won't deal with me anymore because I became so hardened. So going into relationship, it became a recurring problem that I just couldn't show it. In that therapy session, in those therapy, that's what I think about 6 months, and it really made me now know that this is why I couldn't engage in that arena. And so, no matter how good I was in academics or whatever, it doesn't translate in the area of relationships. So for me, a lot of these guys, I'm sorry to say, they need therapy. They need it a lot more than they want to admit it. And the sooner they get it, the sooner they do it, the better they are to engage in that aspect of their emotional and mental development. Because we spend so much time make money, do everything you can to make money. And now you're in a world where women are making the same money, if not sometimes more than you as a guy. What are you going to do then? Are you useless now?
Exactly.
So where's your value system going to come from? So I'm sorry to say, but I think today and in the next 10, 15 years, the world is going to keep changing. With AI coming up, men better go for therapy if they're going to be able to realize how they're going to adapt in this world we're living in. Or else you're just going to get behind. And you're just going to be blaming everything but the very person that is in front of you, yourself. I end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, can I say something?
Please.
Yeah. I like what you said. I'll say one thing is that the reason why we all go for trainings for work is because to have more ideas, more exposure. And that is the reason why we go for therapy to learn, to understand, yeah, so that we can help this in our marriage. So going for therapy is not anything. We go there to learn. And that's what we do in our everyday work as well. We go for training to learn and, understand what we are in together. So that's all I'm going to put. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I shared here not too long ago about this client of mine who he said this therapy session he was coming to was the last straw or draw or whatever for him, and after the therapy he would have to decide whether he's going to send the divorce to the wife or whatever. I could sense, in the session that he truly loves the wife, but in the early part he went astray. And this is 7 years after, which he thought they've talked about things, the wife has gotten over it, they're good. And the funny thing is, when couples don't come together in therapy when they should, it's going to be hard because you're only hearing from one person's perspective. And I mean, that's where the profession comes in. Your professionalism will have to come in. So there were questions I had to ask. I mean, if the wife were there, I don't know what she would have said. But I said, what do you think? You know her better than I do. This, and that. And you found out that we had to go to his childhood. We had to go to her childhood. And it's based on what he knows about her childhood. And after all the talk, I said, look, it's like you're asking for something from someone who does not have it to give. That is why you now come in as a husband with that patience, because the way you grew up, the way she grew up is opposite of each other, in fact, completely opposite. And he's thinking of loving, this man will go and do maybe a 12-hour, 10-hour shift. He'll still come back to be the one to iron, to do this. And the spouse, as I said, is just there watching TV, not working. Her mindset is the husband is supposed to provide, to do this, to do that, and all of that. What am I saying? There's a whole lot of dynamics, like the upbringing, the childhood, and God helping you, the culture as well that has contributed to you as an adult. If there are certain things that you've seen, this is the way. I mean, I like the fact that she say, she will have to wait until you come to. But let's switch that thing you said, let's switch it around. Will you wait for her as well, even if it's going to take forever? But there are things in place, just like Hair by Flaky have said. We go to train. Some people will go university, train 3 years, 4 years, some 7 years, and all that, because we want to better this. We want to get better at whatever profession, career we're building, and all. Why do we not feel you're in a marriage relationship? Of course, emotion is number one there. Not really money per se. I mean, if you want to look at it, what are you exchanging? You're not exchanging money. It's emotions, connections, feelings. And for one, the male who has been groomed that you don't do that, you don't day, and now you're in a marriage relationship and your wife is seen as a hard person. She doesn't want a hard person. She wants to connect emotionally. And you're like, you can't just throw money at her face. You can't just throw, what else would men throw? Buy her a car to forget the feeling, emotion. That's why there's always problem. And it's like sometimes some men, because they're not in that mind space, they don't get why this person is so needy or why this person is so emotional, why this person is what is part of the package. Women will stay with the man who doesn't have money. Women may find it hard to stay with a man who can connect with them emotionally. It sounds crazy, but I'm letting you know that this is how things can be. How much more you cannot cry as a man, and then that even your wife will wonder, you lost this kind of a person in your life, you can't cry because you've been groomed not to cry. It's like you're showing emotion. It will show that you're weak. It will show this, you're human, for crying out loud. And this thing has been from century, being passed on from one generation. In fact, I bet you if you see a man crying publicly, they'll look at him as weak. And meanwhile, women will even bond more with such a man because he's vulnerable with them. He's able. If I ask all our men here, when was the last time you cried on your wife's shoulder?
I have to disagree.
You can. I mean, that's why we're here to talk. You don't have to agree with everything I say.
You see, there are. Sorry, I need to filter what I'm going to say. There are some things that I think are fundamental, and some of them is as follows. Sometimes women say A, but they don't really want A because even they don't know what they want. I'll explain. Wait. I'll explain. Let me. I said some.
Okay, maybe
because women are emotional. The way they feel in the morning is different from the way they feel at night.
But you said we're not created, we're wired differently.
Good. We're good. So what I'm saying is this, and this is a conversation I had with my brother about a month ago. He was having.
Sorry, Sheon, did you see what Leslie wrote there?
What did he write?
When my father passed away, it took 4 years before I finally shed tears for his passing.
I'm not disagreeing with Leslie's case, but I don't want to use Leslie's case as a template because Leslie's case is unique to Leslie. I don't want to generalize. Okay. My point is this. I was talking to my brother the other time. I think it was like 2 weeks ago, about a month ago. I can't remember. And he was arguing about his wife. And I said, dude, you're making a mistake. You're looking at the issue logically. She's looking at the issue emotionally. It's not going to work. You have to understand. I would prefer a situation where we say people need therapy, not men need therapy. The fact that we're stressing
men are part of people.
I understand, but I prefer people because there are some women, you will take them to therapy. As far as they are concerned, it is her husband that needs to change. She is fine. I know several relationships where you have a meeting with a couple and all the changes and the action items and the to-do list belongs to the man. And that for me is unfair because what now happens is you are indirectly telling the woman, you are fine. Your husband has all the work to do, which shouldn't be. because it takes two for a relationship to work. And this is where I am kind of disagreeing with this conversation. I would prefer if we said people need therapy. If we said that, I am okay.
Are
But
you
when
in
we just say
denial,
men,
Sheol? You're
sorry?
sounding to me like you're in denial.
No, I'm
Because
not. I'm not. Wait. There are a lot, and
this person, before you went to therapy, has been saying this probably over the years, and it's like you're not getting it. And now you're in therapy, and they brought this list of how many years up, and it just seems like this man is being attacked or whatever.
there are okay. Let me flip it. The man that you said messed up with his wife hadn't forgiven him.
It's
May,
obvious.
okay, maybe she needs the therapy to be able to forgive because he cannot turn back the hands of time. She needs to heal. She needs to let go. She needs to forgive.
Oh,
She needs the therapy.
this man actually said that because I asked him, do you think she's actually forgiven you and she's let go? He said yes, because of course they've been intimate and life is going on. But the fact that there's so many things missing from her childhood has not helped her fully healing past that particular situation.
Good.
Because it's like that thing now triggered her back to that old ways, and she doesn't even see it. I
Fair
know
enough.
has she been to therapy herself, said this woman will come back even more angry when she comes back from therapy, meaning they didn't go together.
Fair enough. But from what you've said, she needs the therapy.
Of course.
Good. Which goes back to what I've said. People need therapy. Just as men need therapy, women need therapy.
Yeah.
That is what I'm trying to outline here. I'm not exonerating men. I'm
Okay,
not.
fair enough.
But what I'm trying to do is let's not forget about the fact that it takes two. He made a mistake. Whatever the mistake was, he can't turn back the hands of time. He cannot go back in the hands of time. All he can do is plead and ask for forgiveness. But she needs to heal. She needs to come to terms with the fact that it is what it is. And she needs to come to the fact that for her marriage to work, for things to move forward, she needs to put it aside. Whether with prayer, whether with fasting, whether both of them go for therapy, she needs the therapy in as much as he does, because her problem stems from her childhood that she did not heal from.
Yeah, definitely.
That's my position.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to get across. Sorry if I offended anybody.
No, nobody's offended. That's what we're discussing here. And I mean, thank you for that addition. I remember when I was writing my dissertation, back then, I remembered one of my Caucasian classmates said he was even Caucasian. He was trying to do research in his own community, because even their men also, he said, he found out that they struggled with going for therapy. So it's not just even African men alone, to be honest with you. So everybody was so eager, like when he's done his interviews and all of that, everybody wanted to hear all the men he's been interviewing. Are they like eager to have therapy, and all? I think he interviewed about 7, and it's like half, 4 and 3. 4 wanted as a man, and the 3, or is it the other way around? So it's like a tie. But I'm referring to our culture because it's my culture, and I know, I mean, I'm not Caucasian in that sense, but all I'm saying, and I want to believe if the women here would open their mic and tell you the same. Oh, family love, yeah, good night. Thank you. Want to roll out now? Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate your contribution as well. It's just a thing. I mean, maybe not you, maybe not your family or whatever, but if you look generally as well, generally speaking now, men from our culture, it's like the way they say men don't cry, it's like men don't go for therapy kind of a thing. But we're saying that if it's something that can actually help them, why is it so bad for them to engage it? Some will say, no, but have you even tried it to see whether it might actually help you resolve this thing you want to resolve by yourself that is taking years and years and years? Why do you want to suffer needlessly That is my own point. Shion, especially to you, that is my point. Because there's some things, it's just like you want to practice something and they say you go back to school to learn, and they've told you 3 years you have to go, 4 years you have to go back to school, and you're like, no, you have an idea, this is how it should be. You might have an idea, nobody's disputing that. You can actually do, practicalize, whatever. But when you go to study 3-4 years, you know that the wisdom, the knowledge that you get from there cannot be like you just thinking in your head you have idea and all of that. That's just what we're saying. If there's something, there's solution. People fall sick, they go to doctors, they prescribe medicine, some go through surgery. It's okay. But why is it this emotional thing for men that they must just handle by themselves?
It's a culture thing, and culture goes back thousands of years. I can't answer that. We all come from different backgrounds and different cultures. You know, the Caucasian culture is different from the black culture. If it is a cultural thing, I really don't have an answer for that, because it is the way we were brought up. You know, yes, I'm okay learning and unlearning, but mine came with time and experience and just life in general. I read a lot, so I can be a bit philosophical about those things. But for a lot of people, it's a cultural thing. It's the way they were brought up. And for people that, for example, didn't live with uncles and aunties, their role model is their father. And if their father is the only role model they have, that's the only place that they learned from. And I didn't know that there was a different way to relate as a partner until I lived with my uncles, because that was when I was able to compare my uncle's relationship with my father's relationship. So if you don't if your role model is your father, then that's all you know. And unless you read books or you have a mentor, outside your father, I don't want to say that you've been dealt a bad hand. And what do I mean when I say you've been dealt a bad hand? We didn't choose the country we were born in. We didn't choose our name. We didn't even choose our sex. Imagine being born somewhere like Israel or Afghanistan. We're not going to be talking the way we're talking. Exactly.
Our life focus will be totally
It
different.
will be totally different. So sometimes, you the kind of father you get, you don't get to choose them. And that thing can affect you adversary, in a very bad way. But it was just where you happen to be. So sometimes, and I've said it before, it's grace. A lot of things we don't get the choice in. We just make do with what life has given us. But I think ultimately what you owe yourself is to continually learn, continually, unlearn and relearn. I think that's the best thing you can do. But the funny thing about life is the way you were thinking at 20 is not the way you'll be thinking at 30. It's not the way you'll be thinking at 40. It's not the way you'll be thinking at 50. Isn't it funny that the way we are now, if we looked at some of the things we did when we were 20, we would laugh at ourselves.
In fact, big laugh.
Because we're naive.
Yeah.
We didn't know better. And the things that we know now, who knows what our outlook is going to be 20 years from now?
Yeah, true.
We don't know. We're continually learning and unlearning. And that for me is key. But I think for me, maybe it's just a pet peeve of mine. I just don't like the way we now talk about men and women as different when we're just human beings. We're on this planet to help each other, support each other, not categorize and segregate. We can't.
The society, these things are there. We cannot ignore them. It's how we handle it, really.
Exactly. But let's understand that we're human beings, and just as men can be capable of horrible things, women can be capable of horrible things. And let's just deal with it as people. That's my take.
Okay, thank you.
think Explorer wanted to talk.
Then I'll go to Explore
Yeah,
Autos.
no, yeah, it's fine. Let him talk because he's been waiting. I'll talk afterwards. It's
Thank
fine.
you, Explore Autos. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry, guys. Sometimes the talk gets heated up and, thank you for joining us. Please, let's hear your views. We're talking about anger in marriage. So,
All right, thank you so much. I actually greet everyone here, and I'm so glad to be here. The one that got me so interested is that of the therapy.
okay.
Seriously.
Okay, let's hear you.
I'm an African man. I live in the US.
Okay.
I know Africa. I know African origin, expectations, and everything. So to me, I will tell you that African men need more therapy than women, if I'm to say that.
Okay.
All right. When it comes to that, people don't understand therapy. People think that therapy is all about going there, bringing you down, making you feel low, telling others things about you. No. All right. Just imagine this scenario. Something is hitting up in your head. Something is bothering you so bad. What do you think is the best healing you need at that moment? Just to say it out.
Thank you. Good night. Oh, thank you.
Just to say it out. Sometimes you have something disturbing you, you have something bothering you. All you need is just someone to hear you out, someone to just listen to you. And when someone is listening to you, you don't want anybody to judge you. You just want someone to listen to you on a neutral ground without judging you. So in African land, what do we have? A lot of expectation on men. They want you to provide. They want you to do this. They want you to do that. Now, men will be like, if I tell this person, okay, I don't need to say it out. Let me just continue struggling. Because if I don't struggle and decide to talk, they'll say that I talk too much. No action. Now he's been so scared of people judging him. That is African men. They won't say anything. They'll be like, oh, let me just walk it out. But at the end of the day, they're scared of people judging that, oh, you cannot do something like this. But when you meet a therapist, what happens? The person will give you listening ears without judging you. At the end of the day, the person will give you good advice on how to go about it. Now, many of us grew in a house where the way our dad talked to our mom is just like, hey, get this thing for me. Mama Emeka, do this for me. Mama Emeka. And that has stuck so deep into our mindset and everything.
Yeah.
When we want to express something like that to our wives or something like that, it'd be like, you can even, okay, let's say you're not calling Mama Emeka, you're saying babe and other thing. Babe, get me this. What are you talking about? Babe, you can't just say, babe, can you please?
They will tell you it's the Caucasian way of speaking or
Exactly.
anybody can be called. It is
So
well.
they'll be like, babe, first get that water for me. Babe, do this for me. Because that was how our parents back in the days did it.
Yeah.
So we assume we believe something like that to be right. And we have been working with that for a very long time. And something like that can affect our communication skill.
Yeah.
Even the way we communicate with our spouse. At that point, what do we need? We need someone to talk to us. Sometimes you may think, oh, I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, but your approach, your speech and everything matters a lot in between you and your spouse. When you think you're doing it right, not knowing you are not doing it right, trust me, it will affect you. But when you go to someone, a therapist will like, how do you communicate with your people? How do you communicate with people? How do you communicate with what? He's not there to judge you. It's just to correct you. He listens to you very well. At the end of the day, give you advice. When you listen to that advice, what happens? You feel good. Your means of communication and things will change. Remember, it's something we had. So some of the things we had while growing up and stuff like that can affect our thoughts, our actions, and every part of us when we grow up. If we don't recognize that, it will spoil so many things for us. But therapy will help us to bring it out. Discuss with someone, and you see that season they said that statement. They said, "Men don't cry. Trust me. If men should open their hearts to you, they have river in their hearts, like they have
Oh my goodness. I don't know. It's like they've grown men to live in denial
no,
of their feelings. I don't understand.
no. Men have river, like river in their hearts. They want to pour it out, but that mindset of men don't cry is just making them to hold it. And the thing is, when you don't say it out, trust me, it increases your anger issue. You see yourself being angry over unnecessary things. You'll be so aggressive. How about your the health aspects of it? Look at the level of high blood pressure in
Oh
men.
my goodness.
Look at the level of high blood pressure in men.
Mini stroke, mini this.
Good. So to me, speaking out, discussing with someone is one of the highest therapy a man can give to himself. And you want to discuss with someone that will not judge you, someone that will not call you weak, because that is what you are scared of.
Yeah.
We are scared of people calling us weak. Oh, guys,
Bruising your ego, your pride as a man, and all of that. Yeah.
exactly. Be like, guy, why are you doing like this now? Small thing like this, fit do. So we're so scared of something like that. We want to be the man. You see, I'm the man of the house. I'm this, I'm that. They want to be, but seriously, I have sections. Sometimes the stress, how life is over here. Sometimes your head will be so filled up with a lot of things. You have to talk to someone. So to me, from now to tomorrow, I will always say it. Men need therapy so much. This society is demanding much from them. Life itself is demanding a lot of things from men. And sometimes you see yourself, you cannot be able to live up with all those expectations.
Yeah.
You feel so weak and discouraged. At that point, you need someone to tell you you're doing well, you're doing good. Even if you've not gotten there, you will get there. The little you have, the level you are, manage it so well, balance it well, and feel good. So to me, men really need that therapy, because if you don't, you see that anger in marriage, sometimes it's out of frustration. Sometimes it's out of frustration.
I get
All
it.
right, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I should ask you. So, do you find it easy or hard to express anger in a healthy way yourself?
Okay, to me, you see, anger. Anger is something that requires high level of discipline to control. You know what anger can cause, even back in the days. Okay, remember back in the days, I've forgotten this man's name. It should be in the Bible or so. David used, is it? I forgot. Sorry, I don't know if you remember. If you remember, David sometimes provided something for him and his servants and stuff like that. Then, to some point, David was so hungry, he sent some of his servants to go get. That should be Abigail's. Is it Abigail's or something wife?
Except I've got and check now. Right now,
Yeah.
this is not.
So he asked them to help them with some food and stuff like that. The man refused, but David has been doing something like that for him. What happened? He decided at that point to wipe off that generation. Because of what? Because of anger. So to tell you the level anger can go, like the height of what anger can cause. So that is why it requires high level of discipline. So at that point, to me, one of the things I do is, if possible, I walk out from the scene. Because sometimes when I'm looking at it, it increases my anger level. I walk out of the scene.
Okay.
Sometimes I try to keep quiet. I keep quiet. Ladies, it can come from, your woman talking to you all the time and stuff like that. Sometimes I keep quiet. Keeping quiet doesn't mean I'm weak at that point. Now, just imagine you are in the bathroom. I don't know if you have been in this public compound, that public yard back in the days in Nigeria. When we did Port Harcourt, there's this batcher. You go just carry your wrapper, cover your this in the shower. Just imagine you are in that bathroom. a mad person, a crazy person just come towards the bathroom, grab your wrapper and run away, what will you do at that point? Imagine running naked, trying to get your wrapper and everything.
Yeah.
Everybody will assume that both of you are mad. Both of you are crazy at that point, not so. Everybody will assume that both
They
of
won't even
you
know who is man, who is sane.
exactly. Exactly. So at that point, it's just like both of you, both of you are crazy at that point. But if you just allow the madman to just run away with it, you look for a way to cover yourself at that point. Everybody will know that that person is mad, is crazy. Then yourself at that point. Now imagine both people being mad, being angry the same time. What happens? There'll be a clash. They'll be like those the madman and the person chasing after the madman. At the end of the day, it will lead to big problem. So at that point, it takes lots of discipline. Trust me. More especially when someone is saying something you know you are innocent of. And you know in marriage it happens a lot. Oh, you do this, you do that. You'll be asking yourself, when did I do this? You did it. You have been acting like, oh, I've been trying my best to make things work out. Oh, okay. You don't. Let's say on the side of the man, you don't clean, you don't wash the dishes. But last time I did so. Is it that she's not seeing all the things I'm doing? Oh, you don't clean the house, but I've been doing this. At that point, you want to express yourself. You want to prove that you're right. But imagine she's angry, she's expressing it. You in that anger trying to express it. What happens? Clash.
Definitely.
So the best thing to me, keep quiet. It requires discipline at that point. If that environment will still continue to that, please take a little walk. Pretend, don't act as if you're walking away from your woman, because that also increases her anger. She'll be shouting at you, I'm talking to you, and you're not responding. And she will hit you and tell you, I'm talking to you. What do you want me to say at that point? You're angry. Anything I say will not count. At that point, don't just do as if you're walking away. Take a little walk. Pretend as if you want to get something. You just want to go out from that scene. Don't walk away from her. Because when you do, trust me, it will also add to her.
Exactly, the anger.
Use discernment at that point. Remember, it requires high discipline because it's not easy to control. Seriously.
I know, it's huge. It's huge. And even depending on the situation as well.
Exactly.
Some you might not even be able to, you say you'll control yourself, be quiet. I say some count to 10 within you before you open. Pause before you talk. Pause, because what will come out will determine that level of anger you're trying to control. Or can add fire to the anger already, or let your words be cool, calm, so that it will quench the anger. It matters a lot because it's a very big emotion, to be honest. It takes discipline. It takes personality, yeah.
And at that point, the person angry will be feeling right. The person angry will be feeling that he or she is right at that point. And you yourself, you may also be feeling within you that you're right. Imagine
That's the thing. That's why we need to talk about things. Otherwise, oh God. Anyway, see, this devil just wants to make you not understand each other. And by the time you keep carrying on at it and you break up, devil will go its way because he accomplished what he came to do. So we will not allow the devil to bring that in. That's why I said sometimes you might have to walk away. Sometimes you might have to hold your breath for as long, whatever would work for you. You know yourself better, because sometimes your spouse is angry and you want to respond. In fact, at that time, you yourself, you're welling up on the inside. And by the time you open your mouth, the thing that will come out, your spouse think they're angry, they will pause and say, "Hey, what has happened? What are you saying?" And then you find out that even you want to control, but it's, oh my goodness, it's a hard emotion.
And people have that mindset that people always say the truth when they're angry. A lot of people have that mindset that people always say the truth when they're angry. Now, imagine you may say something that is not truth at that moment because of that anger. Then your spouse is taking it as, oh, they said. People say the truth when they're angry. That means that thing you said at that point is the truth. And that will stick into their brain. Because a whole lot of people will tell you when I'm laughing with you, I don't tell you the truth. People will say when I'm laughing with you, when we are playing, we don't say the truth. But when they're angry, when they're mad at you, some people believe that what people say, they don't even see it as saying of anger. Some will tell you what they're saying at that point is the truth. But they forget, but they don't remember
Well,
that.
people say it's a lie. You just want to hurt the person.
But people don't believe that.
Yeah.
People believe that you say the truth when you're mad at the other person. They don't believe that you are doing it just to defend yourself, just to hurt the person back the way the person hurt you. But so if someone have that thought that you people say the truth when they're angry and you say something, trust me, it's also going to be an issue. So that is why it's very, very important we control our tongue when we are upset. You see that stuff? Because anything you say there at that point, you cannot
Cannot
take it back.
unsay them again. Exactly. So you really have to be careful what comes out.
Anything you say will be held in court against you for the rest of your life.
Hey, God help you.
Even when you try to explain, you go be like Burna Boy, you go explain tired.
Because the truth of the matter is, in that annoyance, in that anger, those negative words you pronounce, in fact, for the rest of your spouse's life, fine, they're forgiving you, but you will just be re-echoing and say, yeah, they said that to me. And the person that have said it, give them a week or so, they've forgotten they said it.
Exactly.
It's the person that you said it to that will carry it till 1940. And it will seem like, but are you sure? Did I say that? Yeah. So we be mindful because it's hard. Because once they hear, they cannot unhear what you have said. You may forget what you have said, but for them, even they might hold it. In fact, you're curing one anger, you're putting resentment again in there somehow. So God will help both of you, to be honest. So it's a very big emotion that if you don't take control of it, it will control you, and not really in a good way. I've not seen anyone who's so angry and they did good. I don't know, maybe somebody was so angry and they did good. That one is holy anger. And maybe Jesus.
Only Jesus when he turned the table. Only Jesus.
Yeah, so you can imagine. So if Jesus is our standard, show me the man in this present day world that did something good with anger. I don't know.
Can't find one. Sorry.
But this thing, there's this thing. Have someone been so angry to the point of cutting his or her feet? Okay, let me say his or her feet before.
That one needs more than therapy. It needs deliverance.
But have you seen something like that? Someone is so
probably in a movie.
So that is the thing. When you're angry, sometimes you get you get to the point that it gets to the point that
I know some people when they're angry they can't control it, they cut themselves, those sort
Really?
yeah,
it's a way of releasing the tension from within. That's why you have to release it. The thing is, you have to release that energy that balls up in you. It was gonna come out one way or the other.
That is their own way of coping with that anger. They would have to cut themselves, and sometimes they don't make it. Sometimes they get rushed and they might be saved and what have you. So this world, a lot of ways, coping mechanisms, whether good or bad.
Unhealthy coping mechanisms.
I know, very unhealthy. Exactly.
You see someone cutting with razor and everything, like cutting your veins, cutting your arteries. So to me, I thought it's maybe based on depression and something like that made them hurt themselves.
Part of it is part of it. It's part of it because they can't manage their emotions right. And they just want solution. They want something to take over that thing that they can't manage. So they will create that chaos, or they will create that unhealthy way of coping. Yeah. And at the same time, it's like trying to they say two wrong does not make a right.
Yeah.
So there's a problem, and you are trying to solve the problem with another problem.
Yeah. But the same way, like people resort to drinking, taking drugs. There's really unhealthy coping strategies, but the best thing to do is to get support, to just get something that is healthy. It's a healthy way, and therapy can help you cope with that.
So that means
Unlearn
there's
those
nothing
things.
good that comes out of anger.
Sorry?
No, not that I
That
can
means
think
there's
of.
nothing good that comes out of anger.
No, I mean, no, because I think I would say that anger just makes you realize that there's something wrong, in a situation. For me, that's the way I see it. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody triggers me, I tell myself, oh, that's a trigger. That means something is wrong in this situation. Whether this person says something or wherever it's offending me, but then I just calm myself down. I'm like, okay, I don't like the situation. It's like a warning thing for me. I'll be like, I don't like this. This thing makes me feel uncomfortable because I can
Like
see it.
an alarm
Yeah,
bell.
alarm bell, and I think that's
Take
what it's meant to
caution.
be,
Take
an alarm
caution.
bell for you then to say, okay, I don't like the situation. What should I do? I walk away. I distract myself. I talk to the person and say, you know what, I need to go right now because I don't think this conversation can carry on in the situation, the environment that we're in. I don't want to trigger you. You don't want to trigger me. So maybe we should have a conversation later. So you have to learn that I think it's a signal. Just like all emotions, it's a signal that something is going on within you. And if you're able to read it and deal with it in a positive way, it can do damage control. But when you don't do that, that's when you cause, damage that you can't go back. How are you gonna go back when you finish destroying somebody's, whole room or whatever, or you made a hole in the wall? Are you gonna say sorry? What sorry? How's sorry gonna undo that? Or you've insulted somebody from generation to generation. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not gonna take your sorry for that. They're not going to, because you've hurt them. You wound them even more. And like you said, when we're angry and we say certain things, like you said, I don't believe in that thing. I always hear it that, oh, when somebody's angry with you, they I said, no, that's a lie. We all know that when you're angry, all you want to do is just want to throw daggers back at the person. You make up things you know is not true. Even within yourself, you know the thing you're saying is not. You just know that it's gonna hurt them. So you just say it, and then later on you feel like, I shouldn't have said that, and then the person's gonna be, but you said it when you're angry. That means that you mean it. But you know what? In reality, you didn't mean it. It was just, emotional reaction. But we should control that. You have
Yeah.
to learn, like I
Discipline,
said,
yeah.
with maturity and self-awareness and self-examination and the need to want to change and grow. You will learn to control it slowly, slowly, slowly. You learn to control it and
Thank
find
you.
better way to let it out. Yeah.
Yeah,
But what I was gonna
definitely.
say before was that like we were talking about this therapy thing, and I think in our wherever we are, we have to make every encounter with people count, and we have to promote people talking their issues out, and kind of promote therapy. I remember there was this one patient that I used to have, like he had this issue with alcohol, and he was just trying to use it to manage his grief, and I could tell, that the grief was the problem, not the not the substance misuse. That was just the masking thing,
Yeah.
But to get him to understand he wasn't ready, and I remember like I'll get a referral, I'll speak to him, then he'll just disappear. He'll ghost me. That's what they do. It ghost because they're not ready to talk and deal with it. But like maybe on like the sixth time in within a year, he
Wow.
came back, and then I was like, you know what? I've been telling you that you need to have therapy to kind of undo the trauma of you losing your partner, looking after her when she had cancer and all this thing. Because there's a lot to go through.
It
And I
could
was
be,
trying to
yeah.
just get him to realize, and I thought to myself, someone just said to me, you know what, Esther, why don't you just start doing the session? So I used to just talk to him, and I'll be like, let's just talk about things. So I'll ask him questions, we'll talk through it and everything like that. It got to a point, let's say maybe about, we kept doing this for maybe about 4 weeks. I said to him, you know what I'm doing with you? That is what therapy is like. And he was like, really? I said, yes. This is exactly how therapy is like. You talk to somebody, you talk about your issues, they ask you questions, and you just unravel it slowly, slowly, and you get coping strategy. And he was like, oh, I didn't know that it was like that. And I said, yeah. I said, what did you think it was going to be? So once we start having this conversation about his fear about it, and stuff like that. And he was fearful that, if he starts talking about things, it will push him more. And I was like, no, but I'm talking to you about it. You're not feeling the need to. In fact, you're even finding ways to, cope better. And to be honest with you, as I was able to do that, and then he agreed to it, so I referred him, and he started therapy. So you have therapy session, and then we'll meet up and we'll talk about how the therapy session went. Just holding his hand and just showing him how it was. It took away the fear, and I think sometimes that's the thing, the unknown. It
I
can be
know.
very
Yeah.
daunting for people who have never experienced it and don't know the benefit that it is.
And their assumption of it is always
Yeah,
negative.
exactly. It makes you like, I don't want to touch it. But I think, if you're able to, you've been through it, and if you're able to express to somebody, you know what, this is how it is. It's just talking. No one's going to push you to talk about things that you're not ready, but they'll hold your hand. There's somebody there that you can call when you're feeling like, you're triggered or you want to drink or whatever it is. And it really helped. And I'm telling you, after we were able to do that, he never came back again. I mean, he was working, he had painted his whole house, changed the whole place because, he left it the way after she passed. He left it that way. I said to him, no, well, one of the things we're going to do is you need to change the place now. You are now on your own. It's a new chapter. You need to create that environment for you. Have a little, pictures of her, have things there, but make it your new, and all that. It really helped it. So I just think that sometimes in life, you know, we might know what's good for somebody, but the fear of them engaging in that thing, the unknown, just push them away. So we have to sometimes just talk to them and just, slowly, slowly, like an onion, we just slowly, slowly, gently, gently, love and compassion, listening. And you say, like, yeah, that's the same thing the therapist is going to do for you. They're not going to push you and, and tell you to do homework you don't want to do. It's up to you. You're the one that's leading. They're just there to hold your hands. And you do as much as you want. You want to grow as much as you want. It's all on your term and level, and your speed. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I'm glad you said that woman on purpose. I'm really glad you brought that in.
And then I'll come to you here by Flaky. Thank you.
Yeah, it's I think a lot of people assume they know what therapy is and they have no idea. And there's different
That's
types.
the thing.
There's a
That's
scripture, yeah, there's a scripture that says, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. That's what the scripture says. So this idea that we can handle everything by ourselves is not realistic. And again, the point I was making, and I'm not saying therapy is going to cure everybody. It's going to cure. No, it's not a cure-all,
for some
but it helps. It helps, and at least it begins to point you in a direction you may never have considered. In fact, you may not even be aware of it. And I think one of the things I know as a man, though, and I know this even especially from boarding school and from the people I've worked with, men in general are we harness our skill ability to create income, to do things that are going to help us generate income, work, put things in development. So we harness that aspect of our being. So when you move that into relationships, it's not you're not just going to switch into this mode. And again, you hear many men say, "Oh, men are illogical and women are emotional," but that's not going to work if you're going to go into a relationship with a woman. It's not going to work. It's not. That's not going to translate. And if you're going to kind of pattern of behavior into, if you are saying you want to get married, then you also have to be prepared to make some changes as well, or else you're doing things thinking, yes, this ought to make this person happy, and you're wondering, why isn't it working? Why is it not working? And then you're not doing anything to find out why it's not working. And that's why I'm saying that when it comes to therapy, I think a lot of men have, and I think in general, a lot of men don't believe in it, but those who have done it, they know better. I've been in a situation where one of my friends, he's a psychiatrist. We were in the same school, same class, everything. When he came from America, we went out for a luncheon. So there's three of us. The fourth one was in New Zealand. We did a Zoom thing, a WhatsApp video as well. And four of us, we all went to boarding school. Now, two of us, we had come to a place where, because he had done some sort of therapy himself, and it was part of his training. He actually found out that, hey, boarding school did not emotionally help me. Yeah, it made us quite smart, but it didn't emotionally help us. And so we had both arrived at that conclusion. Now, the other one who was like, I don't really need that therapy. She are walking and everything. And I remember the psychiatrist telling him, say, look, bro, did you ever, before you did investment banking, did you know about certain things about stocks, shares, and portfolio? Oh, I didn't know. So how did you get to know? You trained, you did everything. So it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. You don't know this world. So if you're going to know this world, you've got to engage in this aspect to at least to begin to understand it. This is the very same person who, and my friend was telling him this. I was just watching. I was like, all right, let's see how this plays out. Was telling him, hey, you need to check this thing out because it's not going to help you in your mind. And what happened? 2 years from that date, him and his wife are now divorced. And this is an investment banker.
Wow.
So if it was money that was the issue, it didn't work in the marriage now. And so I think a lot of men don't understand when we're talking about therapy. I don't think they understand that it's about engaging in aspects of your emotional aspect that you don't normally engage with, but it's actually there. You just don't know how to
Dormant.
engage in that
It's
area.
not,
You
it's not
just
being
you do,
engaged.
and a lot of them are arguing, and I just feel like until you have done it, until you've actually done this thing.
Assume.
Yeah, you don't assume that you know what you're talking about. And there's different types. My therapy, I had two sets. So there was two sets of my therapy when I was doing, and I did this before I got married. And I'm very grateful that I did it before I got married. Because if I got married with the condition I was in, I don't think my emotional levels were not.
You might not even get 8 years, let alone 18.
But and I'm not. There were other things I don't want to mention that I did because I don't want to mention that. But there were things in that therapy that even when they were opening certain pattern recognition and attachment things that I began to see that the divorce, and even before the divorce, how my parents interacted, how my dad interacted with us, and then when we went to boarding school, how that even escalated.
Sorry, avoidance.
If I didn't go for I am very, very grateful. So when I know what I'm talking about when I say that, a lot of men just assume that, and especially in the Western world, if you're going to live here as an African man or in general, you're going to carry that mindset into this world, you are going to be working. It's going to be counterproductive.
Yeah.
It's going to be counterproductive because you're not going to engage in a way that you understand what you're even dealing with. And I would even just say that therapy in a way even begins to help you to have a different perspective
life
than if you just continue with how you think you should work. You could. It might take you 10 years to get to that idea change, but therapy could help you do that in a few months. A few months, and you'll be like, okay, I see how that works.
We need to suffer men needlessly.
Exactly. You don't need to go through 10 years of difficult hardship. And I think that sometimes it's the same thing with finances. Anything, you're going to have to learn something about that thing to change your perspective. Or else you can go through the field of experience and it will take you a lot longer. Whereas you already have knowledge. You already have. I'm going to finish the example. I have a 12-year-old now. And I'm actually beginning to learn from him. Why? Because he's doing things now that when I was in secondary school, I wasn't even touching those things. He's already doing those things now in his first year. Whereas I was learning those things probably in year 6. Senior year 6 in Nigeria. He's doing those things in year 1. And he's even learning things I don't even... when he talks about certain things, I'm like, wow, oh my days, tell me more. And that's because of knowledge of what he's being taught and trained in. Yeah. I wouldn't know those things, but that he's now in that field, and I'm seeing those things through his eyes. That's a perspective change that I am now gaining. But if I decided that I'm going to apply my old knowledge and everything, I'm not going to engage. I won't even begin to understand where it's coming from. Yeah. But because I'm engaging and I'm actually hearing what he's doing, and he's telling me and he's explaining to me and he's showing me stuff he's doing, I'm engaging. I'm thinking, it's giving me a different way of how he sees it and his peers. And that helps me engage with him, and that helps him engage with me. But I could come in from that point that I know better and you have done, and we're just not it's just not gonna work. So I just feel that a lot of times it's this assumption that, and I feel like until you've done it, you're just assuming. And that's what I'm going to say on that. So I appreciate what Woman of Pepper said, that a lot of people don't understand some habits that people are struggling with. If they actually did certain therapies, they will actually begin to unravel what keeps that thing an issue. It will actually be unraveled, and it'll be actually easier for them to deal with it.
It's one of the gifts of God that I appreciate so much. Apart from you going to uni to study, to train and all of that, if you're truly gifted, because I've had some experiences in those spaces that it's not like I'm full of wisdom or what. Even as a client is coming, because I don't know what they're bringing on, apart from the assessment form I read, okay, this is their story, da da da. But then I remembered someone, they wrote like big on the assessment, bereavement. What is bereavement? Bereavement could be anything. It could be that they lost money. And I never used to think that. When you're bereaved, is somebody that has died. Somebody will come and say it's their dog that have died and they can't live life. There's so many aspects to it. People dealing with anger. You go to therapy to deal with your anger. They let you understand, how did you get to this place? What has brought this on? They go back to your childhood, and then you find out that things are making sense. Even you start feeling foolish carrying that anger all these years, because it will let you see it for what it is that you blocked your mind from seeing. And the people around you, maybe they've been telling, everything will just start making sense. And you just see that, wow, what energy have we wasted all these years with this thing? And you just find out that the grip and the hold this anger has on you, in that therapeutic session, you just find out that, my goodness, you're free. You're just free. Because now you know better. You understand better. It's like, what bondage have you put yourself in by holding on to this anger? God helping you get a very good therapist. They don't want to waste time, especially when they know, okay, this is it. They know, that's their experience, and it comes in. We know, I've been in a session with a client. I don't know, we're diverted, but just to let you know the need for therapy. If you need it, don't feel ashamed to go for therapy. Thank God Leslie is a man and is, hitting it home. It's not, don't assume it's what you think it is. No, until you experience it before you will know. In sessions, some clients are told 6 sessions in all, that's what. And you have that 6 sessions to work wonders. I say, God, you have to help me. And sometimes the first session, of course, they offload, tell it da and all of that. And you listen intently. I'm like, Holy Spirit, you're the one listening on my behalf. Because whatever it is, we need to get to the bottom of this so that this person can be free. I remember this particular client, I don't know, I'm like, I have to coin it in such a way that they will know, not that the Holy Spirit told me something, And I said to them, like, this is what I'm sensing based on what you've said so far. And I just probed with that question. And this person sat in with their hand on their chest. But how could you know this? How did you know this? Did it? And the person said themselves, I guess it came with experience. In my mind, I'm like, hey, Holy Spirit, bomb, you're the bomb. Because even the therapist doesn't have all the answer. But together, they hear, they listen, they don't judge. That's why there's something we call unconditional positive regard. No matter this person, you have to deal with them as they are. You don't label them by your probings. You just give them that space to be themselves, the good, the bad, the ugly, and you're there to hold them. From what they've said, you will pick things. Some, you find out that the anger was passed on by 3rd generations away. And they have not seen this at all. And then when they tell you about the 3rd generation, you know what you're going to see. You say they've not seen. And then they tell you about the generation before them. And now they are in it. And then by the time they finish, you just say, pam, pam, this. And then they're just like dumbfounded. But on their own, they're trying to find solution. They've not even traced it back to generations before them. They don't even think about that, not knowing that that's where the thing actually stems from. And now, Bible says you know the truth and it will set you free. You cannot know the truth and it put you in bondage. That means it's not the truth you have known. So these things, honestly, I'm looking at the time now. We can go on and on and on. What are we saying? Anger for a marriage relationship, this emotion is there. Just like we said, you feel anger, but it's what you do with that anger that matters the most, that makes it either evil or good. And if you know that your anger overtakes you, all we're suggesting is you might just need therapy to dealing with that, because your spouse may not be able to help you deal with it. And if you're even in denial when it's coming from your spouse that you have this anger problem and you feel it's their own problem, they should deal with it, not you, then there's another problem because you're in denial. It's just like a drunkard who does not admit they're drunk, or they drink or whatever. They say, oh, just one or two here and there. And then there's some assaulting inside the gutters and walking head, until they come to the realization that I need help. Yes, that's when the first hurdle of healing is taking place. I'm telling you, some people, I don't know how they even manage to get home. They're so drunk, they don't even know left or right, but they will still get home. But when you not tell them you're drunk, say, but I still got home. That person is still in denial. Just let them for now and be praying for them that God will touch something in their heart. Marriage, it takes a lot. That's why I always say it's not for lily-livered men, lily-livered women. It's a mature man's thing, a mature woman's thing. And that's why you find that some people crumble when they're not ready physically, emotionally, financially, all of the leads you can think of positive. They're not ready mentally. And then they go into it and bam, it's like we've crashed. They just boom, bam, crashed and they're out like that. They crash out. It takes a lot. And that's why we're here to tell each other this truth. It takes a lot. In case you're engaged, you're listening right now, you're engaged, you've said I do, and now you're preparing and all that. There's certain things you still need to discover about each other. Ask questions. Get to know which home they've come from. Get to know their weaknesses, their strengths, and tell them yours as well. Because these things is going to help you prepare for that marriage institution you're going into, which is meant to be for life. I don't know. I will have to stop because you know me, I can go on till tomorrow. Hey, God will help us. I said in my conclusion, anger is a real emotion, even in loving marriages. It will occur. But when handled with humility, with grace, and the help of the Holy Spirit, anger can become a tool for deeper understanding, not a weapon for destruction. And I pray that God will help us indeed. God will help us. If you're struggling with anger, like I said, you can reach out to me, or if you need referral or whatever it is, reach out privately to me and we'll see how we can help one another. Because I know this topic can trigger one or two people, but we won't just leave you hanging like that. If you need to reach out, please do. And God will help all of us. Guys, you know how much I love you all. Thank you so much for making Inside what it is fulfilled. In fact, honestly, by the time I go and reflect, I'll be like, God, this is just you, not me. Thank you all so much. Hair by Flaky, Woman of Purpose. Explore. I hope we'll be seeing more of you. We always come here live on Mondays, 8 p.m. UK time, when we talk about individual issues. This one is marriage today, but on Monday we talk about individual issues so that we can enjoy our lives as individuals, at least before we go into that marriage institution as well. A13, Gracias has been tapping. Oh my God, 175K. Oh goodness. Thank you so much. Gracias. Leslie, thank you. Kenneth, thank you. Sheon, who has dropped off, thank you. Debbie, thank you. Kenneth, I thank you so much. All of you, thank you so much. I know it's way past our bedtime. Everybody off to sleep now. I'm not even going to think about any puzzle tonight, but it's okay. Thank God the way we've ended. Thank you so much, everyone. Do have a lovely night rest and enjoy your weekend. We'll be back by Monday by the grace of God. Do have a lovely night rest. God bless you all. Thank you. Good night. Wow.
Bringing hope and make you feel alright.
Children finish school tomorrow. No, holiday starting. I know, because I get to have a break as well. Well, half a break because the therapy is still going on.
Let the light that's within me shine to the whole world.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thank you. Hair by Flaky. God bless you. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.
Understanding and love all inside.
Thank you, Leslie.
Inside.